worthy servants here gathered together in thy name, do most humbly beseech thee to send down thy heavenly wisdom from above, to direct and guide us in all our consultations. And grant that, we having thy fare always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and partial affections, the result of all our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the King, the public weal, peace and tranquility of the island, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity, one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
You may be seated. This Honorable House now resumes its sitting. It is indeed a great honor and pleasure to welcome all of you to this sitting of the Honorable House of Representatives on this Tuesday, March 12, 2024, for the commencement of the budget debate. I would like to extend a special welcome to the following: the members of Minister Clark's family, who are seated in the gallery, members of the Diplomatic Corps and representatives of the international organizations, union representatives, representatives of public bodies, members of the St. Andrew Northwestern constituency, representatives from the private sector, those who are joining us online via the various social media platforms, the PBCJ live stream in particular, and all the guests here with us in the gallery today. Clerk, call of the roll.
Mr. Clark, Mr. Bartlett, Mr. Holness, Dr. Clark, Dr. Chang, Ms. Grange, Mrs. Williams, Mrs. Malou Fort, Dr. Tufton, Mr. McKenzie, Mr. Chuck, Mr. Vaz, Mr. Charles, Mr. Green, Mr. Warmington, Mr. Morgan, Mr. Hutchinson, Mr. Terry Long, Ms. Smith, Dr. Dunn, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Mr. Main, Mr. Davis, Mr. Witter, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brown-Burke, Dr. Charles, Mr. Chin, Mr. Cousins, Ms. Crawford, Ms. Daly, Ms. Davis, Mr. Goldin, Mr. Graham, Dr. Guy, Ms. Hamilton, Ms. Hannah, Mr. Henriquez, Mr. Henry, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Lawrence, Ms. Lee, Mr. Miller, Mr. Montague, Ms. Morrison, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Dr. Phillips, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Mr. Samuda, Mr. Shaw, Mr. Siblist, Mr. Slowly, Mrs. Vaz, Dr. Wheatley, Mr. Williams, Mr. Wilson, Mr. Wright.
House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I certainly would like to use the opportunity to welcome members to the first formal sitting in this new fiscal year 24-25. And this year promises to be a very exciting year. The agenda for the Parliament seemed to be all set already, Madam Speaker, with a lot of matters which came over from the last session. And certainly we have seen through the vigor and energy of the discussions in the Standing Finance Committee, the energy that has been displayed by members with regards to this budget. We're excited about the budget for this year, and the feature, of course, of today will be the presentation by the Minister of Finance and Planning and the Public Service, the Honorable Dr. Nigel Clark. We are all committed, Madam Speaker, to making this year a very powerful year for democracy in Jamaica. We're excited about the prospects of continuing to serve our people, and under your able guidance, we're looking forward to a very strong, efficient, and powerful financial year, parliamentary year, and political year 24-25. May it please you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is not intended to do any other business today, but of course, the matter of the appropriations budget and its passage by way of the commencement of the debate by the Minister of Finance. So I invite you to follow the agenda as stated. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, House Leader. Statement by ministers. Announcements.
Laid on the table of the House today are the following. The Auditor General's Department examination of the components of the fiscal policy paper for the financial year 2024-2025. Report of the Standing Finance Committee of the whole House of Representatives consisting of all members of the House on its deliberations on the estimate of expenditure 2024-2025 for the financial year ending March 31, 2025, the Jamaica Public Body's estimate of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2025, the Government of Jamaica fiscal policy paper for the financial year 2024-2025, the medium-term debt management strategy for the financial year 2024-2025 to the financial year 2027-2028. The revenue expenditures 2024-2025 for the financial year ending March 31, 2025. The Jamaica Mortgage Bank estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2025. The public sector consolidated estimates of expenditure for the financial year ending March 31, 2025, and the tax expenditure statement 2024. The Auditor General's Department certified appropriation accounts for head 72,000 from the Ministry of Local Government and Community Development for the year 2021-2022. Annual report and statement of accounts of the Statistical Institute of Jamaica for the financial year 2019-2020, and its related ministry paper numbered 10/2023 under said title. Annual report on audited financial statements of the National Hotels and Properties Limited for the financial years 2026, 2027, 2017, 2018, and 2018, 2019. Annual report of the Jamaica Promotions Corporation for the financial year 2020, 2021. Annual report and statement of accounts of the Bank of Jamaica for the year ended December 31, 2023. Jamaica Hansard parliamentary proceedings of the Honorable House of Representatives for sessions 2016 to 2017, volume 42, number 3, dated January 10, 2017, and January 31, 2017. Jamaica Hansard parliamentary proceeding of the Honorable House of Representatives for session 2017 to 2018, volume 42, number 1, part 1, dated February 9, 2017 to April 26, 2017, and part 2, dated May 2, 2017 to July 25, 2017.
Bills brought from the Senate, petitions, papers, reports from committees. House Leader.
Speaker, I beg to move for a suspension of the sitting for 5 minutes in order to enable the Minister to complete a matter which he is deeply engaged in at the minute, so as to enable the reports to be presented. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
The question is that the House suspend its sitting for 5 minutes to facilitate the next item on the agenda. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Suspended for 5 minutes. We resume at 2:19.
$1.3 trillion. That's the figure budgeted for the fiscal year 2024-2025, which begins on April 1. The national budget is everybody's business because it impacts every Jamaican. Join PBCJ via live broadcast and on our online platforms to hear how the government is proposing to use these funds. Finance Minister Dr. Nigel Clark will open the debate on Tuesday, March 12. Shadow Finance Minister Julian Robinson will have his say on Thursday, March 14. Opposition Leader Mark Golding will make his contribution on Tuesday, March 19. Prime Minister Andrew Holness will speak on Thursday, March 21, and on Tuesday, March 26, the Finance Minister will close the budget debate. It's your money, our money, the nation's money. PBCJ, the People's Station, bringing you the 2024-2025 budget debates live.
I am Jamaican.
You are Jamaican.
We are Jamaican.
And the national budget is our business because it impacts every Jamaican. From healthcare to education
To the road conditions.
to security for my family, the national budget is my business.
No, sister. It is our business. The national budget is everybody's business because it impacts every Jamaican. Visit the Ministry of Finance's website at mof.gov.jm for more information.
Tell me something. How much time you ever hear the government announce a project and wonder why they must spend millions on this and not on that? Well, if you think there's nothing you can do about how your money is spent, think again. Jamaica's budget is more than just numbers. It reveals our biggest problems and goals, our plans to fix them, and what to prioritize. We can even call it a promise book of what will be done to improve our lives. Now, let's talk about the 4 stages of the budget cycle so we can understand how it works and get involved. Stage 1, planning and review. The Ministry of Finance sends out a budget call to every ministry, which outlines the priorities and constraints to guide how those ministries prepare their budget. After ministries submit their drafts, the Finance Ministry reviews, compiles, and sends them to Cabinet for review and approval. Stage 2, parliamentary debate and approval. The Finance Minister tables all budget documents in the House of Representatives. The Standing Finance Committee,
Revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2025, the Government of Jamaica Fiscal Policy Paper for the financial year 2024-25, the Medium-Term Debt Management Strategy for the financial year 2024-25 to the financial year 2027-28, the Revenue Estimates 2024-2025 for the financial year ending March 31st, 2025, the Jamaica Mortgage Bank estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ended March 2025, the Public Sector Consolidated Estimates of Expenditure for the financial year ending March 31st, 2025, and the Tax Expenditure Statement of 2024.
Notices of motions given orally.
At the next meeting of the House, I will move the following. Be it resolved that the report of the Standing Finance Committee of the whole House of Representatives, consisting of all members of the House, on the estimates of expenditure 24-25 for the financial year ending March 31st, 2025, the Jamaica Public Body's estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2025, the Government of Jamaica Fiscal Policy Paper for the financial year 2024-25, the Medium-Term Debt Management Strategy for the financial year 2024-2025 to the financial year 2027-28, the Revenue Estimates 2024-2025 for the financial year ending March 31st, 2025, the Jamaica Mortgage Bank estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2025, the Public Sector Consolidated Estimates of Expenditure for the financial year ending March 31st, 2025, and the Tax Expenditure Statement 2024, which was laid on the table of the House on the 12th day of March 2024, be approved. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I'll move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion. And Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move to have introduced and read a first time a bill entitled an Act to apply a sum out of the Consolidated Fund to the service of the year ending on the 31st day of March 2025 and to appropriate the sums granted in this session of Parliament.
Questions and answers to questions. Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice, motions relating to the sitting of the House, motions for leave to introduce bills, presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained. Minister. House Leader. House Leader, let me just say public business.
Madam Speaker, on the matter of public business, The sole business for today, of course, is the debate initially on the report from the Standing Finance Committee, and then subsequently the bill, the Appropriations Act, which will be taken at a later point. Madam Speaker, just before the Minister presents the report, permit me to join you in welcoming the members of the gallery, and I see a number of diplomatic partners as well as trade and industry and financial partners and a number of other individuals who have joined us today, and we welcome you and may you enjoy today's sitting of the House. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Minister at Public Business.
Madam Speaker, I now beg or move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which, regarding the report of the Standing Finance Committee, notice of which I gave earlier.
Thanks, Minister. The question is that the standing orders be suspended to enable the Minister of Finance and the Public Service to take the motion regarding the report of the Standing Finance Committee, notice of which he gave earlier. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Minister?
Speaker, as we all know, the subject of the budget debate is the appropriation bill. But before the debate commences, the report of the Standing Finance Committee tabled today must be adopted. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I now move for the motion for the adoption of the report of the Standing Finance Committee, notice of which I gave earlier.
The question is that the motion for the adoption of the report of the Standing Finance Committee be approved. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. House Leader?
Madam Speaker, I now beg to move for the recommittal of the item at presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained in order for the appropriation bill to be tabled. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thanks, House Leader. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Recommittal, presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained. Minister.
Move to introduce and have read a first time a bill shortly entitled the Appropriations Act of 2023. 24.
Clark?
A bill shortly entitled.
Hold a moment, please, Clark. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it, and that is the Appropriations Act 2024. Clark.
A bill shortly entitled the Appropriation Act 2024, read a first time.
Thank you. Minister?
I beg to give notice of the second reading of the bill, and I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I'll move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take reading of the bill and to commence the budget debate.
Thank you, Minister. Public business. Members, let me reiterate, I'm asking today and for the remainder of the budget presentations, the sectoral presentations and constituency debate, that we be mindful, as exuberant as we are, to manage the beating of the desk as it is impacting the usefulness of the mic system. So members, please remember on both sides of the House, members, today we will listen to our Minister of Finance and the Public Service as he opens the budget debate. Please make the Minister welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am thankful and humbled once again for the opportunity to address this most honorable House in the opening of the budget debate. I'd like to congratulate you, Madam Speaker, and to thank you for your strong and effective leadership of the House. I start my remarks by thanking Almighty God, from whom all blessings flow. Great are his mercies, his faithfulness, and his kindness. The Lord is my strength and my shield. In him my heart trusts. Madam Speaker, I would not be here today and would not be able to make this presentation without the tremendous support, work, and effort of many persons, and I'd like to extend my sincere gratitude and thanks. To the constituents of St. Andrew Northwestern, thank you for placing confidence in me and my team. It's a privilege to serve you. I am particularly grateful to the many workers and supporters, including the recently re-elected 3 councillors of St. Andrew Northwestern. The indomitable 5-star general, senior councillor, Vernon MacLeod. The suave family man, as he is now, Councillor Dwayne Smith. And man with his ears to the ground, Councillor Andrew Harris, and other members of the constituency executive, several of whom are present in the gallery today. Thank you for your sacrifice, your enthusiasm, faithfulness, and support. Madam Speaker, I consider it a privilege to serve in the cabinet of the Most Honorable Prime Minister Andrew Holness, the builder. He's a visionary, courageous, strong, empathetic, and wise, and I'm grateful for his counsel, advice, and confidence in me. To the fellow members of my cabinet, I'm honored to serve with you in a spirit of teamwork, collaboration, and a shared vision. To my parliamentary colleagues on both sides of the aisle, thank you for your dedication and contribution to helping make Jamaica a better place. I'd like to thank my colleague, Minister in the Ministry of Finance, the Honorable Xavier Main, for his efforts, commitment, and support. He has been very supportive of me, and I am grateful for that. Madam Speaker, Jamaica is truly blessed to have an exceptionally talented, dedicated team at the Ministry of Finance who I'm fortunate to serve alongside. I thank them for their efforts, their contribution, their sacrifices. I thank the Financial Secretary, Darlene Morrison, and her team at the Ministry, as well as my advisory staff. I also thank the administrative and ancillary staff in my office and the security staff assigned to me, who always go beyond the call of duty. Madam Speaker, I thank the board, management, and staff of the Bank of Jamaica, the Planning Institute of Jamaica, the Statistical Institute of Jamaica, the Financial Services Commission, the Student Loan Bureau, and all of the public bodies within my ministry, all of whom play a key role in Jamaica's economy. Most of all, Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my wife, Rupi, and my children, who have kindly agreed to share me with the Northwestern Andrew and the people of Jamaica. I'll always be grateful for your love, understanding, and support. I'm also grateful for the steady and kind support of my siblings. And I remain indebted to my parents, the late Justice Neville Clark and Mrs. Mary Clark, for instilling in me a commitment to service of others and pursuit of excellence. Madam Speaker, thanks to those who made it here today in the gallery, members of the diplomatic corps, members of the business community, I mentioned members of the executive, members of the media, and others. And I'd like to thank, Madam Speaker, those who are joining in on radio, social media, in the diaspora. Thank you for participating in these debates. And to all the people of Jamaica, We work for you. You inspire us every day, and we're humbled and grateful for the opportunity to serve you. Madam Speaker, in this budget presentation, I will provide the data that supports the fact that Jamaica's macroeconomic fundamentals today are stronger, better, and more favorable than at any time over the last 50 years. I'll define economic stability and demonstrate that this period is the only period in the last 50 years where we have enjoyed this. I'll advance the argument that economic stability is essential to the growth in investment and jobs which drive government revenues. And it is from government revenues that we finance public investment expenditure on police stations, on buses, schools, hospitals, roads, and other infrastructure, which benefit all the citizens of Jamaica over the long term. And materially increasing the levels of public investment expenditure is absolutely necessary if we are to improve quality of life. Madam Speaker, therefore, economic stability is indispensable to increasing the ability of the government to improve the quality of life and standards of living of the people of Jamaica. But while macro stability is absolutely necessary, it is by no means sufficient. Madam Speaker, in February 2018, while I was campaigning house to house during the St. Andrew Northwestern by-election, a lady greeted me at her gate and said to me something that I'll never forget. She said to me, "You see all them things there? Growth, debt, inflation. Them important, you know? Them very important. But them not important for we. What is important for we is the garbage collected? Is the pothole them fixed? Are the street lights working? That is what is important for we." Real story. It was one of those moments that will always remain with me. I shared this experience with a few people at the time, including the Prime Minister. And these words have been close to me since then. It was that conversation, Madam Speaker, that was a motivating factor in one of my very first moves as Minister of Finance and Public Service to pay down the streetlight $7 billion bill, which at the time was over 24 months due. And since then, to have the central government pay streetlights every year to the tune of $3.1 billion. Because we have always recognized what is important for the people. Now, Madam Speaker, economic stability is very important, as my constituent rightly acknowledged. It must be achieved and preserved, but it is not an end in itself. Rather, it must deliver for the people, not just the connected or the powerful or the well-organized. Rather, it must deliver for all the people of Jamaica. Because many Jamaicans look it on, say, all right, look, it's great to have achieved macroeconomic stability and all of these wonderful things that have eluded us for decades. But what about my issues? What about my issues? My roads are in a deplorable condition. My garbage is not collected on a regular basis. I've been waiting decades. I still don't have access to water, or in some cases, electricity. It takes an hour for the bus to come, and its timing is not reliable. Food prices have gone beyond my capacity, and I cannot go anywhere and hear reggae music in peace. Everywhere we go, them turn off the music. The people of Jamaica want us to address these important, critical issues and many others like them. The people want to see that these issues are priorities in the fiscal policy choices of the government. The people want to see that the allocation of resources in our national budget is aligned with the pain points that they experience. The people want us to put the same energy into the micro, that we put into the macro. Madam Speaker, the people want to see an acceleration in how quickly we can use public investment to address long-standing challenges. Madam Speaker, I'd like to use this opportunity to speak directly to my constituent who gave me such good advice, as well as to all Jamaicans. We hear you loud and clear. This government, headed by the most honorable Prime Minister Andrew Holness, is a listening government. Madam Speaker, we listen to the people. And let me say very clearly that what is important to you is also very important to us. Not only have we listened and heard you, Madam Speaker, let me make it abundantly clear that we're also a government that responds. And a government that acts. As such, Madam Speaker, we will align our fiscal policies to address the pain points in our society. Madam Speaker, we will preserve economic stability. Best place to do that. Madam Speaker, we will improve economic stability. We're best placed to do that. And Madam Speaker, we will also leverage economic stability in the people's interest. We are best placed to do that. This government, Madam Speaker, has always listened and always responded in a manner that protects and preserves economic stability while also acting in the people's interest. We've endeavored to do so every year since we were first elected in 2016, and we will also do so. We'll always do so. It is abundantly clear, however, Madam Speaker, that the people of Jamaica want even more from us as a government. The people of Jamaica want to know and feel that they're benefiting and participating more directly from the macroeconomic advances that we have made in a manner that improves their lives. Madam Speaker, this has always been our commitment, and we have a strong track record of record quality of life improving achievements that support this. And Madam Speaker, we renew, we redouble, we re-energize our commitment to walk and chew gum. That is to continue improving the macro fundamentals of the country, thereby creating an environment that's conducive to jobs and growth, and at the same time leveraging economic stability that in the people's interest. It is in that context, Madam Speaker, that I'm honored to present the budget for the fiscal year 2024-25. So, Madam Speaker, I'll spend a little time on the macro achievements and then move on from there. We need economic stability to sustainably improve standards of living. And, Madam Speaker, we can also be proud of Jamaica's strong democratic tradition. This year marks 80 continuous years of electoral democracy in Jamaica. Jamaica stands among a handful of countries in the world with such a long record of free and fair elections. Indeed, we just completed the 2024 Parish Council elections, and I want to thank all the citizens of Jamaica who participated and all the candidates, and to congratulate them. Madam Speaker, I'm also pleased to report that despite the local government elections, our fiscal, monetary, and economic processes were uninterrupted and we remain steadfast in continuing to address the important business of the people of Jamaica during elections, before elections, and after elections. Madam Speaker, as I said when the budget was tabled, we are tabling the national budget on time, within schedule, and this debate is being opened on time and within schedule, which was not always the case. For the listening public, the general elections in 1989 were held on February 9th, the same month as this election, and the national budget was delayed until June of that year. The general elections of 2016 were held on February 25th, and this delayed the national budget until May of that year. Madam Speaker, some persons, I won't call any names, might be quick to point out that these are general elections, while February 26th was our local government elections. To those persons, I would point to the local government elections of February 1981, which resulted in a delay of the budget until May of 1981. Madam Speaker, election or no election, the national budget must be passed in the House by March 31st each year, and that is now law. And it's a sign of progress for our country. This brings order, increases certainty, and allows citizens to plan. Election or no election, the people's business not to go on. Madam Speaker, another example, the Planning Institute of Jamaica has an annual schedule of public economic briefings, and this schedule is decided in advance. Despite the then pending local government elections, the PIOJ held their quarterly briefings on the scheduled date, as they always do, and updated the country on economic projections. Election or no election, the PIOJ updated the country on time, on schedule, with no delay. Now, Madam Speaker, this is something I have to comment on. Similarly, the Bank of Jamaica has monetary policy committee meetings on a scheduled basis each year. The dates of these meetings are published in advance, and the minutes of those meetings are required by law to be made public after the meetings are held. In addition, the BOJ holds a scheduled monetary policy briefing and press conference after each monetary policy committee meeting. Madam Speaker, Jamaica should be proud of the fact that a few weeks ago, the BOJ held its monetary policy briefing and press conference where it updated the country on monetary policy developments and the outlook for inflation on time, on schedule, election or no election. Now, Madam Speaker, change can be difficult, but these are important developments. The predictability of scheduled economic policy updates from our primary economic institutions taking place on time and on schedule is an essential feature of a modern market-based economy. In a market economy, individual households and businesses in aggregate allocate vast amounts of resources on a daily, monthly, weekly basis, and this private allocation exceeds what the government has available to deploy. Timely and credible economic data and information is indispensable to the efficiency of this process and to the maintenance of a vibrant economy. Credibility is enhanced if these data being provided are done in a predictable manner, impervious to perceptions of whether the data are convenient or not, or to which segments of society they may appear convenient. On the contrary, if economic institutions pick and choose when to speak and adjust according to electoral or political cycle, their pronouncements become suspect and the service they deliver to the Jamaican citizen, households and businesses and investors as well is weakened. As such, Madam Speaker, for our market-based economy to work properly and for it to have the capacity to deliver the resources that the government can spend to improve the quality of people's lives, the publication of data by our economic institutions cannot be subordinated to political processes. Jamaica lifted capital controls in 1993. Since that time, capital can flow in and out of Jamaica freely. In fact, it moves more freely than people. In such a system, confidence is very important, and it can be irreparably damaged if people believe that economic data is provided in a manner that suits the government of the day, or if a pre-scheduled economic data releases are withheld or postponed during electoral cycles. As such, the practice is that once a schedule is set for these primary data releases, and they're done 4 times a year, the schedule is public on the website, those briefings do not vary. And why not one time? Well, the problem is if you do it once, you set an unfortunate precedent that it can be done again and again. There's too much at stake, Madam Speaker. For the past 62 years, we have been squeezed into borrowing US dollars from abroad. We demonstrated that with a credible regime, credible economic and monetary policy regime, we were able to borrow in Jamaican dollars for the first time. Madam Speaker, I propose that we formally implement public protocol under which it's clear to everyone that our major economic institutions continue to adhere to a fixed schedule of major data releases and commentary where the schedule is made public at the beginning of the calendar year, but restrict discretionary interviews or speeches by invitation during an election period, which has been the practice. In the June 2016 referendum in the UK, a similar protocol was established and made public. It had existed before, but it was written and made public on this occasion. Some will say, but wait a minute, that's the big UK. You know, what does that have to do with small Jamaica? Well, Madam Speaker, Jamaica and the UK are similar in that we are both politically democratic, market-oriented economic systems. And as the right excellent Marcus Mazara-Garvey implied through words or deed, who becomes strong by imitating the weak? If you want to be strong, you do what the strong do. Madam Speaker, as with the national budget, with the PIOJ briefings, with the BOJ quarterly updates, election or no election, the people's business must go on. And as I stated before, Madam Speaker, we are committed to ensuring the people's business is addressed on time, on schedule, all the time. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to report that the Jamaican economy has grown for 10 consecutive quarters. It is the second longest period of quarterly growth since we started measuring growth quarterly in 1997. The longest, Madam Speaker, was December 2015 to October 2019, when Jamaica experienced 19 consecutive quarters of growth. So, you know, we grow 7 quarters, then we have a couple quarters of decline. Grow 3 quarters, then decline. Grow 9 quarters, then decline. 9 quarters, decline. 1 quarter, decline. So our history has been punctuated, certainly prior to, since we measured growth 1997 until 2015, before that 19 periods of growth, we had as many periods of quarterly growth as we had decline. And some observers cite the fact that for 40 years, between the 1970s and the 2010s, our average economic growth was 1%. That is true. But, Madam Speaker, that masks a deeper truth. It is the variation of growth around that average where the problem has really been. Jamaica's economy, and here we have the 10 quarters of growth on the screen. Jamaica's economy has been characterized by profound volatility, massive ups and downs in quick succession and wild swings. And that has not been good for jobs, Madam Speaker, which is why the unemployment rate was so high for so long. It is that start and stop of the economy and high unemployment that we aim to address. We want to have longer periods of economic expansion and quick recoveries from economic shocks. We want to dampen economic volatility. It's for that reason, Madam Speaker, that we celebrate the 10 quarters, because it has not been the norm. Madam Speaker, Jamaica's per capita GDP is a measure of economic output divided by the number of Jamaicans. Using Jamaica's nominal per capita GDP at the end of fiscal year 2023-24, Madam Speaker, and our GDP per capita, at the end of fiscal year 23-24 is projected to be roughly $7,000 US, using the GDP figures from Stockton and the population data that we have and the closing exchange rate. It has gone up. Anybody notice? It's now $7,000. But, Madam Speaker, we have a lot of catching up to do, because Trinidad and Barbados, for example, are moving at the same time, and they are now at $20,000. But you're seeing, Madam Speaker, we're stuck at a particular level for a long time. And nobody has been noticing, but today the per capita GDP is $7,000 US. Madam Speaker, the unemployment rate has fallen to 4.2%. 4.2%, Madam Speaker. More Jamaicans employed today than ever before, 1.3 million. 4.2% is a record low. And, Madam Speaker, between 1990 and 25 and 2015, unemployment averaged. Sometimes it was higher, sometimes it was lower. But it averaged over that 25-year period 14%. That is the context, Madam Speaker. And our labor participation rate is higher than the United States, higher than the United Kingdom, higher than Barbados, higher than Trinidad. A greater proportion of our labor force, of our population, is in the labor force than all of those countries. Now, we want to increase the value of jobs, but the only way to sustainably do it is to increase the skills and boosting the education outcomes of the population. Madam Speaker, debt to GDP is projected to be 72% by the end of the fiscal year. This will be the first time, Madam Speaker, our debt ratio will be lower than prior to the FinSAC era. And it's taken us 30 years to achieve this. Very enduring and painful lessons. Madam Speaker, Jamaica's debt could be as low as 64% of GDP by April 2025. And if achieved, this will be the lowest debt ratio since 1976, 50 years ago. Let me just remind us, Madam Speaker, in 1970-71, Jamaica's debt ratio was 27%. Believe it or not. It was 27%. By the end, by 1978-79, it was just under 90% at 88%. And, Madam Speaker, the history we know from there. By 89-90,
people don't remember the history.
By 1989-90, it was 138%. In 1980, Madam Speaker, the central bank had negative reserves. The only way to replace goods in Jamaica is the government had to go out and borrow US dollars so that we could import goods. We had what we call negative reserves. Our Jamaicans, you know, we have to internalize our economic history for the good of the country.
That is the paradox. We say it don't matter, but it does. We say growth don't matter, but it does. We say interest rates don't matter, but it does.
So, Madam Speaker,
inflation don't matter, it
we are,
does.
Madam Speaker, we are proud of our commitment and our successful efforts so far to reduce the debt ratio to the lowest level, Madam Speaker, in 30 years, and by next year, the lowest level in 50 years, Madam Speaker. Now, just a point of fact, Madam Speaker, the debt ratio is not the absolute level of debt, okay? So it's not a matter that we are paying down the debt, right? Madam Speaker, the absolute level of debt in Jamaica stayed relatively constant for the past several years, hovering around 2 trillion to 2.2 trillion. It's not that we're paying down the debt in a literal sense. We're managing the government's finances so that we don't materially increase the size of debt. While we grow the economy, so the debt does not become a threat to the economy. And we grow the economy so that the ratio between the size of the debt and the size of the economy gets lower each year. So the fallacy, the debt was 2.1 trillion in 22-23. In 23-24, it will be 2.2 trillion. It's not that we're paying it down. It's actually going up, but we're doing it in a way that is sustainable. Right? Now, Madam Speaker, over the past 10 years, beginning fiscal year 2013-14, Jamaica has achieved all of its fiscal targets in the budgetary process. That's 10 years. 3 years under the prior administration and 7 years under this administration. 2013-14, the fiscal target was not met in 2012-13. Okay? 2013-14, 2014-15, and 2015-16. Then you take under Prime Minister Holness's time, 16-17, 17-18, 18-19, 19-20. 2021 was COVID, so we used when we revised the budget, we met that target. 21-22, 22-23. And if we meet it this year, there's still a couple of days to go, it would be the 8th under this administration and the 11th consecutive year overall. Madam Speaker, fiscal credibility has improved dramatically as a result, and the trust in Jamaica's economic policy-making environment has multiplied several-fold. This, in turn, has made Jamaica a much more attractive destination for investment and explains, in part, the robust growth in jobs. The more fiscally credible you are, is the better our terms in trading with the rest of the world, Madam Speaker. Now, all countries need to borrow to finance their operations. However, when countries like Germany or Japan borrow, or any one of a number of developed countries, they don't need to borrow in US dollars or in any currency other than their own. Germany borrows in euros. Japan borrows in yen. This means that Germany and Japan have little or no foreign exchange exposure on their international obligation, debt. In other words, foreign exchange risk is effectively eliminated, and that helps to make them economically stronger and more resilient. And international investors lending to Germany and Japan are content lending to them in euros and yen because they have trust in the stability of the economic environment that Germany and Japan have, as their institutional mechanisms, such as independent central banks, guarantee price stability. For a developing country like Jamaica, the picture is quite different. Jamaican developing countries also need to borrow internationally. There's not enough resources domestically. But when developing countries choose to borrow internationally, they're compelled to do so in currencies other than their own. International investors want the comfort and safety of the US dollar or a similarly strong developed world currency. This has the effect of adding a source of risk to the economies of developing countries, because borrowing internationally introduces foreign exchange risk vulnerability. Madam Speaker, it was in 2019 that I publicly stated that Jamaica will launch its first local currency bond internationally within 5 years. Madam Speaker, some people thought I was whatever. The Gleaner captured my statement, and I'm particularly pleased that November 2023, prior to the expiry date of that commitment, the government of Jamaica issued its first ever Jamaican dollar currency denominated instrument in international capital markets. Never been done before in 62 years. Promise made, Madam Speaker, and promise kept. Now, what this means, Madam Speaker, is that international investors from all over the world, London and Zurich, Frankfurt and New York, Boston and Los Angeles, took Jamaican dollar exposure to lend to the government to the tune of $46 billion. So, Madam Speaker, this would have been unimaginable 5 years ago. And the development represents a substantial policy dividend emanating from an improved macro environment, deepening monetary policy transparency, and the institutional mechanisms to pursue and maintain stable inflation. Madam Speaker, the ability to tap overseas investors for Jamaican dollar financing broadens and deepens and diversifies government funding sources, while providing an opportunity over time of altering the currency mix in a national debt. Madam Speaker, the more of our national debt that's in Jamaican dollars is the stronger Jamaica will become, and the more we'll be able to benefit the people. Today, the foreign component of our debt is 62%. Our goal is to get it to 50% within a reasonable period of time. It will take time, but we have to have ambition. Our goal is to reduce it to 50%. Madam Speaker, the level of foreign exchange reserves stands at $4.7 billion. This is more reserves than we've had at any period in the past, and it will soon pass $5 billion US dollars for the first time. We've come a long way. As I mentioned earlier, Madam Speaker, in 1980, Jamaica had negative foreign exchange reserves, and that influenced what had to happen because the country needed foreign currency. The only way to get it would have been to borrow, and that is what happened. And it wasn't, for 17 years, we had negative net international reserves. For 17 years. 17 years. Jamaica is a small island in a big world, and we have to import much of what we need, and we need foreign exchange to do it. An adequate supply of foreign reserves is a signal to suppliers at Jamaica that they will get paid. And, Madam Speaker, that came in useful in the COVID pandemic when we lost $4 billion US dollars of foreign exchange inflows like that. Tourism brings in $3 to $4 billion a year. We went down to zero like that. And Madam Speaker, we are able to endure that foreign exchange supply shock, still import goods and services from overseas, and pay those bills as they came due, all because we had high levels of foreign exchange reserves, Madam Speaker. And we're proud of our commitment and successful efforts to build Jamaica's foreign reserves. Now, Madam Speaker, some people say, you know, quite innocently, hey, we have all those reserves, why we can't just tap into it and use it and spend? I understand the question. But, Madam Speaker, it is those reserves that underpin the Jamaican currency. You notice how the Jamaican currency start behave all of a sudden, right? Because we have reserves backing it. If we were to do something like that, what would happen is that our currency would become very, very unstable, as it has been in the past. We'd have high inflation, and the people would not benefit. You would think you're benefiting the people, but ultimately they would not benefit because it would make life more difficult. We have been there. That's the good thing about our history. We have been there. We know what it is like. And so we don't want to repeat the errors and mistakes, Madam Speaker. Now, Madam Speaker, on the matter of, I just want to touch something here. Every country has tax revenues that vary throughout the year. And so governments have to borrow to finance. And the way the world works is that the more a country needs money, is the more that money will cost. You hear what I said? The more a country needs money, is the more that money will cost. That's a reality that existed long before our time, and it will exist long after our time. As such, since money costs more the more a country is seen to need it, the key for a country is to not be in need of any other people's money. The key is for a country not to be dependent on other countries' money. The better that you're able to take care of yourself by yourself, the bigger the ratings that you get in the credit world. That's just how it goes. The better able you are to pay back your loans, the bigger rating you get in the credit world. And, Madam Speaker, I'm happy to report that just last week, following two other rating agencies, Jamaica got the highest rating in 18 years from that rating agency, Fitch. And last year, the highest in 20 years. Now, Madam Speaker, what that means is that what Jamaica borrows for new loans is 3 points to 5 points lower than some of our peers in the Caribbean. So if we have to borrow $500 million US, and a peer country in the region has to borrow $500 million US, we pay between $15 and $25 million US per year less than they do. And the lower cost to our country, Madam Speaker, means we can do more with the money in the interest of the people. So, Madam Speaker, the way the world works is the more you need other countries' money, is the more you'll pay for it. And because the more you pay for it, is the less you can do with it. The lower your credit rating is the more you will pay for money, which is the less that you can do. Now, Madam Speaker, as I said, what we want to do is to be able to do more with money. So we have to put the country in a position that we lower our dependence on the outside world for money. Not that we don't need it or we can't access it, but we lower our dependence on it. We have multiple options. That is how you become economically independent, Madam Speaker. That's a route. And we are a small country in a big, wide world. We don't make the economic rules of the world. My God, I wish we did. I wish we did, but we don't. That's a reality. But we have to be smart enough. We have to be wise enough. We have to be agile enough to max out the rules of the world and use that knowledge to the advantage of the Jamaican people. The economic rules of the world, Madam Speaker, is that countries that are economically strong and independent are able to do much more for their citizens because they're not burdened Madam Speaker, they don't have instability. That's why we want to be economically strong as a country. Low debt, high reserves, long periods of growth, high credit ratings. But make no mistake about it, the primary lesson from 5,000 years of human civilization is that, and it's just a fact of history, the past. God hope the future is not like it. The 5,000 years of human history teaches us that in the past, strong countries and strong nations have always dominated weak ones. We don't want to dominate any other country. We just want to be economically strong so that we can offer our people a good quality of life and ensure that we are never dominated by others. Madam Speaker, as children of Her Excellency the Warrior Nanny of the Maroons, and as sons and daughters of Excellency Sam Sharp, Paul Bogle, George William Gordon, and Marcus Garvey, who paid for their lives and their freedoms, we have a duty to the present and the future generations. We have an obligation to fulfill the manifest destiny that is ours as a nation. Madam Speaker, we are a people with a message for the world. We are a nation that is destined. There are some who may have a limited vision of who we can be, of who we are, and what we can achieve. Madam Speaker, my vision, Madam Speaker, the vision of this government is that we can achieve what any other country in the world has achieved. So, Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to report, as I said, that the macro fundamentals are better than any time in the last 50 years. Does that mean that all Jamaicans are hunky-dory and well off? Not at all, Madam Speaker. Far from it. Far from it. And that's something we're going to have to address. It is something that we have been addressing. And it is something that we'll continue to address, Madam Speaker. But we cannot afford to throw out the baby with the bathwater. In other words, let us be careful not to make the tragic mistake of acting in a way that we lose the good parts of what we possess because we reject it as a whole instead of just fixing what needs to be fixed and keeping what is good. Because it's a very good thing, Madam Speaker, that we have achieved what we have on the macro levels. And it's important that we keep that strength, build on it, and get even stronger. So, Madam Speaker, when we talk about history, let me first say that I have nothing but respect and deep veneration for all of Jamaica's former leaders, Their Excellencies Alexander Bustamante and Norman Manley, the most Honorable Michael Manley, Edward Siaga, P.J. Patterson, Portia Simpson-Miller, and Bruce Golding, and the administrations that they led. Each of those administrations made huge contributions to Jamaica, and we truly stand on the shoulders of giants. The purpose of historical references and comparisons is not to take anything away from their achievements or contributions. They were products of their time, in much the same way that we are. The purpose, however, Madam Speaker, is to collectively learn from our economic history, as all powerful societies do. When you go and take your MBA or your Master's in Government in the United States, or in Europe, the first thing they teach you is about the tulip bubble. They teach you about the 1929 stock market crash. Societies learn from their history. History, as Malcolm X said, is the most important subject. Malcolm X said that, the most important subject. And as we know, the adage that a people without knowledge of its roots is like, people without history, knowledge of their history is like a tree without roots. So, Madam Speaker, over the last 5 decades, Madam Speaker, this is the, So, Madam Speaker, we intend to pursue economic stability in the people's interest. It is stability that allows us to expand.
Minister, in fact, you do have another minute, but listening to your speech, I do not want to break you when you are in full stride. So, House Leader.
The member's time having been expired, I beg to move that his time be extended sufficiently to allow him to complete his presentation. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
The question is that the minister be allowed to complete his presentation. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
So, Madam Speaker, I want to make it clear that we pursue economic stability in the people's interest. And it is that stability that allows us to expand the capital budget even beyond the capacity of the public bureaucracy to implement, something that we need to address, and I will get to that. It is stability that allows the government to plan years in advance and to share those plans, which allows for steady, even development. You'll recall, Madam Speaker, that last year we informed this Honourable House about the Spark Infrastructure Programme last year. I'm proud to announce that we're entering a period, Madam Speaker, where we will leverage our economic stability to usher in the largest period of public investment designed to address the problems experienced by Jamaicans every day. Madam Speaker, when through public investment the government of Jamaica brings water to a community, the people benefit. When through public investment the government brings access to sewer lines to a community, the people benefit. Madam Speaker, when the government is able to bring JUTC buses so people can plan their businesses and ride in comfort, the people benefit. When the government builds new hospitals and schools in public investment, the people benefit. When we build new tax offices, the people benefit. When we build public parks and new courthouses and acquire garbage trucks, the people benefit. Now, Madam Speaker, in my capacity as chairman of the Public Investment Management Committee, the committee embedded in the Financial Audit and Administration Act, responsible for considering, reviewing, and approving public investments, let me assure you that we will positively impact the daily experience of Jamaicans with public investment expenditure designed to solve pain points. Some of these will be financed by the government and some by the private sector by way of structured transactions. Madam Speaker, the public investment program will deliver well over $1 trillion of infrastructure expenditure over the next 5 years, inclusive of this year and inclusive of expenditure by PPPs. Roads and bridges and public parks, hospitals, schools, water, sewage, irrigation systems, houses, tax offices, courthouses, buses, garbage trucks, digital infrastructure, IT systems, and highways. It will be the greatest expansion of public investment, Madam Speaker, that we have seen, geared towards improving public services. And every minister of government is involved, and we're all working assiduously on your behalf. Police stations, equipment for the police, so that these projects span the full breadth of ministries. By the time he's done, Madam Speaker, the Honourable Prime Minister, the builder, will break ground and open more projects than any Prime Minister before him.
No, already.
Already, yeah. Yeah. So, Madam Speaker, this is only financially feasible, members of this Honourable House, right? This, what we're talking about, $1 trillion of public investment over the next 5 years, is only financially feasible. Where's the member there? If we maintain our credit rating. Because the government can't do it all. The government can only, our program is public. The fiscal policy paper has $500 billion of capital expenditure over the next 5 years. To get the rest, we have to be able to structure transactions that can get private financing, and the private financing, those projects become feasible, the lower the cost. So today, there are public investments that are feasible that were not before. And we intend to leverage the stability, Madam Speaker, to bring these projects to life for the benefit of the people. Now, Madam Speaker, let's talk about some of the elephants in the room. We will not be able to implement such an ambitious program of public investment with the procurement system as it is. Make no mistake about it, Jamaica's And Madam Speaker, I want you to permit me to spend a little time on this. Can you see the connection, right? We need economic stability to get public investments to solve the people's problems. But for the public investment to turn into execution, we need procurement and we need public investment to work. So, Madam Speaker, procurement is integral to the functioning of government, and an efficient procurement system is vital to the efficiency of government. Now, procurement policy rests with the Ministry of Finance through the Office of Public Procurement, while the implementation is distributed across 200 ministries, departments, and agencies. And the time will soon come that them can't hide, because everything is digital. So we'll be able to see everything. You can't hide and say, what? The procurement system. No, we can see every step, how much time you took. Now, to improve the productivity of government requires us to take a good look at procurement processes and implementation and to see how we can optimize. But we're not at liberty to simply optimize one variable, which is time. Procurement undertaken with the public money, right, is such that we're obligated to optimize other variables as well. It has to be designed to make sure there's value for money. And given the sheer size of aggregate procurement, it needs to be optimized to have economic benefits for society. Sometimes these latter two objectives conflict with the first. And in a society bedeviled by low trust, this conflict can be even more intense. However, with analysis based on data, we can make tweaks to the system that allows us to better optimize all three objectives. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to update this House that Jamaica now has a fully functional electronic procurement system, the Government of Jamaica Electronic Procurement System, GOJEP. We must recognize and express appreciation for the technical cooperation of the Inter-American Development Bank and the European Union in this regard. Through its several modules, GOJEP manages tender calls and bid submissions, aids in bid evaluation. It basically is indispensable throughout all the stages of the procurement process. I promised in my 2021 budget presentation to unlock the power of electronic procurement through increased adoption, and we have been following up on that. If we want to have an efficient system, Madam Speaker, we have to go digital. And we had a 3-year transition period. Effective August 2023, whenever you make the switch over, it's always a little uncomfortable. But there's a 3-year transition period. And the switch over came in August of 2023, where every procurement above the threshold, which today is 1.5 million, has to go through the electronic system. Now, I want to show you what we can get with this electronic system. We already, Madam Speaker, have tons of data that we've been able to analyze. 14,000 procurements over the 20 months between February 2022 and October 2023. We measured the average time the procurement takes from the date of advertisement, in the case of a competitively tendered contract, or the date of notification, in the case of restricted bidding, or the date when quotes are released, in the case of single source methodology. And we measured that until the date of contract award. Pretty easy to do when you have an electronic system. Madam Speaker, I don't know if you can only see the outlines of the chart, but the first chart shows beginning in February 2022, right, the blue line shows the average kind of procurement time, going up and down, but decidedly a downward path. And this is average now across all procurement types for all procurement methodologies. A crude statistic, but a useful one nonetheless. Procurement average time oscillated between 47 and 77 days, but by the end of that period, it was 53 days. We can look beyond those basic averages and look based on methodology. The single source methodology took an average of 35 days for goods, 37 days for services, and 33 days for work. Again, we have this data because of the electronic procurement system. Couldn't respond before because the information is too hard to collate. So it took 30, this is under the pink at the bottom. That's the time that single source takes, which is why, yeah, the red. And the column to the right of the people in the parliament is goods. So when you purchase goods, 30 days single source. Services, 37. Works, 35. Leave out the first column in a second. The purple is restricted bidding. And for restricted bidding, it took 44 days for goods, 59 days for services, 85 days for works. Now, when you come to open bidding, national, Madam Speaker, an average of 152 days for goods, 202 days for services, 193 days for works. When you look at open bids internationally tendered, it took an average of 284 days for goods and 200 days for services. So when you hear people talking about procurement, Madam Speaker, it's really those that they are referring to, which are the more impactful projects, the one that can really materially change the quality of life. Well, we haven't had one in that period. So, Madam Speaker, clearly the data shows, and it confirms the experience, right, that it just takes too long for the things that really matter to people. So, we have had a good think about it, Madam Speaker, and discussed it at many levels. And we have dug deep, and I'm going to talk about some of the soft issues first, and the soft changes. Then I will talk about the harder issues. And I know that some of the people in the room want to hear the hard issues, the hard changes. But the soft changes are just as important. Madam Speaker, one of the things that we have found is that procurement failures occur too often on big procurements. And that's when a process fails to deliver, even after bids have come in. I had one in my ministry on something that was very, very, very important. Has to be done again. I know the Prime Minister had a big one. And I'm sure it has been experienced. That you go through the procurement is one of the, show the color graph again, is one of the big ones that take 200 and odd days. You go through and you finish the 200 and odd days. Do everything. And you have to go back again because it did not deliver. Either it failed. There are many reasons that describe fail. Now, the procurement team in doing the detailed analysis, Madam Speaker, and sometimes, as we discussed in standing finance, a bidder is unable to perform, cannot post a bond. Now, by supplementing these results with qualitative investigations, we've been able to identify some of the key soft issues, Madam Speaker. One of the things that we have done, the Office of Public Procurement, that is we have developed a pre-engagement checklist for procurement officers to correct for the experience where procurements have to be done because of officer error or oversight. We have found that in large procurements, if we properly think through the evaluation criteria, in many instances, we would prevent procurement failure. So what we've done is provided a checklist to go to all procurement officers throughout the system. When you're doing one of these major things, have you thought about this? Have you thought about that? Have you thought about this? So you can put the evaluation matrix together in a way that you're going to be successful. In addition, Madam Speaker, we've provided guidance notes, given the procurement committee's guidance notes to optimize the decision they make. One of the observations is that procurement committees get lost in questions that have no bearing on the decision that they're called upon to make. Human nature. You have a decision to make. It's a business, hard-nosed business decision. And you end up talking about things that have no bearing or relevance. So we're providing guidance notes that procurement committees, look, this is serious business. These are the things you ought to consider, right? And so forth. The third, Madam Speaker, is that for evaluation committees, most of the people on it is not their full-time job. You have a procurement officer, but other people on the committee have other jobs. And we're kind of looking at the decision distribution between the procurement officer and the committee. There are certain things we don't need the committee to do. The final decision, yeah, in many cases, yes. But there are steps along the way that the officer can do. And, Madam Speaker, the ministry has now published a series of time efficiency benchmarks that will form the basis of reporting going forward. So what we have done, we're sending it out to all procurement departments, and we have said, for this leg of the process, it should take no longer than this 10 days. For this leg, it shouldn't take more than that day. For this leg, it shouldn't be more than that. And, Madam Speaker, what gets measured gets done. We're going to publish the procurement statistics of every ministry, department, and agencies, Madam Speaker, correcting for contingent issues such as resources and contract volume, because what gets measured gets done. And, Madam Speaker, we're going to introduce the Government of Jamaica Procurement Awards that celebrates excellence in procurement. We're going to change the culture around procurement, Madam Speaker. Procurement, for many, was a bad word. People afraid and scared. No, the country can't move ahead like that. We're going to say that we are going to honor and reward procurement leadership and procurement efficiency and procurement innovation across the 200 NDAs. The Corporate Governance Awards, introduced before my time, have played a key role in improving corporate governance over time. And I believe the Government of Jamaica Procurement Awards will have a same cultural impact. So, Madam Speaker, for the hard issues, we have reviewed the Procurement Act, and we're going to be proposing some amendments to the legal and institutional framework, and we need to get it through the system quickly. For example, Madam Speaker, in the case of contracts for goods and services, we'll be increasing the threshold below which single-source procurement is permissible from $1.5 million to $3 million, Madam Speaker. The $1.5 million threshold has been in place for almost a decade. And for works, it will go from $2 million to $5 million. Madam Speaker, in addition, we're going to be moving the limits required for public procurement committee approval from $30 million to at least $60 million. So we are going to be empowering procuring entities to have more autonomy and to award higher value contracts without need for external approval. These things will speed up the pace at which the government can deliver. And, Madam Speaker, there is a mandatory 10-day standstill period in the Procurement Act. The intention is good enough, because we're like, again, it's built for negativity. Oh, if there's just in case somebody gets upset, we have to have a 10-day, the procurement done, you're ready to go. You have to sit down for 10 days, 2 weeks, and wait, because what? Somebody's going to come and complain or whatever. Now, I can understand that for the large material procurement, but my God, to hold up the whole system, the whole procurement system, 10 days, for what? Madam Speaker, we're going to shave unnecessary delay, and we're going to abolish this mandatory standstill for all but the large procurements. Now, Madam Speaker, the greatest improvement in efficiency can come from moving some of the layers that exist. I want to go through the layers for the largest procurement. I want you to bear with me. You remember, it's a people's business that we're on. We're talking about accelerating how we can deliver to the people's benefit. All right, I want you to stay with me. So, Madam Speaker, the layers. You have the procurement officer. Let me see if I have enough fingers here. No. All right. You have the procurement officer. You have the procurement committee. And after that, it goes to the head of the procuring entity. Then, depending on, I'm saying for the larger one, it goes to sector committee. Then it goes to the Public Procurement Commission. And hear me now. It goes from the Public Procurement Commission back to the Procurement Ministry. The Procurement Ministry has to prepare a cabinet submission. It goes to the Cabinet Office. Then it goes to Infrastructure Committee of Cabinet. Then it goes to the full Cabinet. Then it goes back to the Procuring Ministry. I need a tour. It then goes back to the Procuring Officer. No, Madam Speaker. if we are serious about the people's business and we want to leverage stability to impact people's lives, we're going to have to change the structure. Madam Speaker, we will abolish the sector committee, removing an unnecessary layer from the public procurement process. Now, Madam Speaker, the draft bill is in advanced stages. Madam, I know I'm dependent on the process to help me to get the bill quickly. And I know that my colleague minister, Malahu Fort, will make sure that this bill comes forth 2 weeks' time. 2 weeks' time. So, Madam Speaker, I want to touch on I want to touch. It's family time, Jamaican family. I want to touch on a part of the procurement process that we can't afford to overlook because we're serious about the people's business. Okay? Yes. Madam Speaker, when you look at the big procurements, the 200-day procurements, the data suggests that sometimes the cabinet process takes up as much as 25% of the time. This is because of the many micro steps involved. Right? After Public Procurement Commission has approved it, it's not approved by some independent people. Don't approve. You have to go back to the ministry. The ministry have to write a cabinet. You ever see those cabinet submissions? Some of them are 40 pages long. Background, context, issues, Right? Sometimes you have to prepare the cabinet submission. Go to the minister, you don't like this, change that. Go to this person, don't like it, change it. Sometimes those cabinet submissions have to go elsewhere for commentary. Yes. Before it gets to cabinet office. It gets to cabinet office, they may have changes, they send it back. I'm talking just the honest to God truth. Then after that, it has to go to infrastructure committee. And sometimes we lose time. And then it goes to cabinet. But when it goes to cabinet, after cabinet makes the decision, it's not done, It's only done when it is minuted by the cabinet, which is 1 week after the cabinet meeting. So when you add it all up, Madam Speaker, that we are defeating ourselves. Madam Speaker, something major in the process has to change for us to get major change in outcomes. There's the reason why this is instituted is a low trust society, and this is probably the reverse of the low trust, so to speak, right? But Madam Speaker, we can find other ways of providing information to the cabinet so they're aware of what has happened. Yeah? But Madam Speaker, if we are to leverage macro stability in the people's interests and to contemplate $1 trillion of public investment over 5 years, to resolve the society's pain points, including big ones for this year, these considerations are very important. I'm not coming with a prescription, but I'm putting it out there, Madam Speaker. We have to look at the cabinet's role in the procurement process. There is good reason why maybe there should be no role. Or maybe that you set the threshold so high. Today, the threshold for cabinet is 100 million Jamaican dollars, 700,000 US dollars. It's 60 million, sorry. 60 million, what am I talking about? It's 400,000 US, right? So every pencil and pen you buy, that's an exaggeration, but $60 million in the context of a government, there's so many, there's hundreds of procurements that are coming through cabinet. Cabinet has become a procurement office. It's not efficient. And it's something that we, as having policy responsibility for procurement and putting it out, that is something that we have to change in a major way. So, Madam Speaker, public investment and management exception, and then I'm going to come back to something on procurement. Madam Speaker, public investment process is important, right? Because public investments, represents spending in assets. Some of them are major, some of them are multi-year commitments. And the government has been reforming and refining its public investment system to ensure adequate planning and consideration, Madam Speaker, and to make sure that citizens receive value for money and procurement is on time and on budget. Madam Speaker, a robust public investment process is in the people's interest. But, Madam Speaker, while we revise and improve the process, the people deserve and need efficiency. In August 2023, the Ministry of Finance introduced adjustments to the established process for appraisals and approvals of public investment projects, Madam Speaker, to allow for expedited processes for projects in exigent circumstances, emergencies associated with national disasters, or matters of national security. And when projects have met these conditions, along with criteria that establishes lack of complexity, the PIAB will conduct a rapid screening of the concept and expedite as necessary. And the proposal stage, Madam Speaker, is similarly expedited. We have used that now for a couple of procurements that have solved previous problems that we had. However, we need to do more. The Financial Audit and Administration Act stipulates that all public investment has to undergo appraisal and approval through the public investment process. That's what the law says. That's what the law says. The law says it, that all public investment. Now, that's something we have to look at too, in that public investments range from $20 million to $20 billion. Is it really necessary for public procurements along that entire spectrum to go through the same process? Yeah? So we are looking at introducing a threshold that would create a different treatment. If we go the way of saying procurements, public investments below a particular threshold does not need to go through the public investment process, we have to change the law, and that takes time. Another way is to say that below a particular threshold, the ministry does the appraisal. You understand? So we still comply with the law that the appraisal is being done, but below a particular threshold, it doesn't have to be done at PIAB, it's done at the ministry. So, Madam Speaker, we are moving to make material changes in procurement and public investment to ensure that the people benefit from economic stability in a timely manner. And we also, Madam Speaker, we have a performance evaluation program for contractors, where contracts above a particular threshold, the procuring entity is required to score the contractors and to keep it in a database. A number of that they can share, public departments can share. And beyond a certain negative score, contractors can be debarred from participation in public investment. At a later stage, I'll spell this out in more detail. But that is a part of our reform. Yes. Now, Madam Speaker, moving on. When someone, I just want to talk about the topic of unemployment insurance. When someone on a lower income loses their job, it can have a devastating consequence on their livelihood. And it can unravel their lives with profound, long-lasting consequences. During COVID, 150,000 Jamaicans lost their jobs and were suddenly without income. And many affected households would not have had the resources to draw on to tide them over, and hence the government responded with the CARE program. 55,000 Jamaicans who lost their job got payments over 13 months. Madam Speaker, it revealed a glaring gap in the social security arrangements, and in April 2020, the Most Honourable Prime Minister appointed a COVID Economic Recovery Task Force, and he appointed me to chair it in my capacity of Minister of Finance. The task force was broad in composition, spanning every facet of society, and the final report was produced in June of 2020 and tabled in this House. And one of the recommendations was that the government funds and completes a feasibility study on an unemployment insurance scheme for specific categories of workers within the context of social security reform. wasn't the first time this recommendation was being made. It was made under the Labour Market Commission chaired by Dr. Marshall Hall a few years earlier. Madam Speaker, the government wasted no time, and as Cabinet approved, the Ministry of Finance undertook the responsibility of getting the feasibility done through the PIOJ, and with technical support and financial support from the International Labour Organization and the guidance of a technical oversight committee, with the intention that if it was to be implemented, meaning if it was feasible, the Ministry of Labour and Social Security would implement it. And I must thank, Madam Speaker, Dr. Wayne Henry of the PIOJ and his staff and the Technical Oversight Committee, chaired by Dr. Henry, for enthusiastically pursuing the feasibility study and coordinating the consultations required. I thank the Ministry of Labour and Social Security, who ably assisted the effort. Madam Speaker, I'm grateful to the International Labour Organization, which conducted the feasibility study, and the entities that participated in the consultations, the Confederation of Trade Unions, the private sector organization, and other groups. I'm happy to report, Madam Speaker, that macro stability makes it feasible for Jamaica to have an unemployment insurance scheme that benefits Jamaican workers. So, Madam Speaker, an insurance scheme can play a critical role in a stabilization role in providing income security of the unemployed, particularly during periods of economic shock, and therefore compensating partially for lost earnings. And it breaks the negative cycle of unemployment, leading to reduced consumption, leading to further reduction in economic activity. So it can stabilize, Madam Speaker, and improve macro stability. And the social impact of unemployment insurance is huge. Right? Jamaica's average income is such that many persons live, paycheck to paycheck. Long been a reality. And having a job is better than not having one, but if you lose that job, it plunges the family into disarray. Several observers and commentators have often pointed to the relative social stability of Barbados. One of the big differences, many differences, but one key economic institutional difference is that Barbados has long had unemployment, a solid social security system with unemployment as a major pillar. Bahamas also has unemployment insurance, and the COVID-19 experience, Madam Speaker, my understanding is that several countries in the region have been doing similar work as we have for similar reasons. Now, how would it work, Madam Speaker? It would work like it works elsewhere, that employees would be registered and included in an unemployment insurance scheme, and for Jamaica, it's likely that those who contribute to the national insurance scheme would be automatically included. On the loss of a job confirmed by employee and employer, the newly unemployed would become eligible to receive an unemployment benefit representing a particular percentage of their previous weekly income, up to a maximum threshold for a period of time. In Barbados, the unemployment benefit is 60% of previous average weekly earnings. In Bahamas, the benefit is 50% of previous average weekly earnings. In Barbados, the benefit is paid for 26 weeks. In Bahamas, it's paid for 13 weeks. Jamaica will have to work out unemployment benefit parameters that work for us. And, Madam Speaker, unemployment insurance schemes are not free, they cost money. Usually these costs are funded by employer and employer deductions, with the government sometimes making an upfront fiscal contribution on inception to capitalize the scheme, and treat with the possibility of major unemployment materializing before the scheme has amassed sufficient funds. The feasibility study indicates that it could cost as little as 0.8% of salary and as high as 1.5% of salary for all employed persons, with capital contribution for the government of a few billion dollars for this benefit to be provided, depending on the parameters selected. However, Madam Speaker, Jamaica has a plethora of separate statutory deductions. We have NHT, we have NIS, we have HART, we have EdTax, and adding a fifth, replicating the collection, processing, and enforcement administration, and adding further complexity for small business is not optimal for employees. As such, we are looking into administratively consolidating these statutory deductions into a single deduction, with the distribution to each entity of its share enshrined in and protected by legislation. This is not a new idea, not a new idea, but there are details and complexities. Anybody who takes it up, right? Details and complexities to be worked through. However, the major advantage of consolidation, Madam Speaker, in the context of introducing a new benefit like unemployment insurance, is that initial calculations show that we could potentially introduce this benefit without increasing the headline statutory deduction rate, and with no additional cost for up to 95% of persons enrolled in national insurance. So, Madam Speaker, we're now at the point of implementation, and we can talk about that. Make an appointment. Yes, this is an appointment. Yes, yes, yes. So, yeah. So, Madam Speaker, we have a lot of things, right? We are expecting to sign, I believe it's a $20 million loan agreement with the World Bank, where they'll provide the Ministry of Labour and Social Security with the technical support to implement unemployment insurance. And the World Bank will assist us with many things, including the legislative architecture, the institutional mechanisms, the administrative arrangements for unemployment insurance. And Minister Charles will have charge of this leg. My leg was the feasibility, Madam Speaker. Minister Charles' leg is to implement with the support of the Ministry of Finance. And while we work on the funding model and refining the funding model and optimizing efficiency, consolidating statutory reductions, and so on, in the manner described. You know, we had the consultations we had with the Confederation of Trade Union and other unions. We discussed the fact that Jamaica has in place, one of the positions of the business community was, you know, having unemployment insurance, do we still need the provisions under the Redundancy Act? And Madam Speaker, we had a fruitful engagement in a session. Members of the Confederation of the unions felt that that was a hard-won gain of the 1970s, I believe, and it's something that they're very jealous of giving up. But the conversation continues in an open, transparent, and democratic space. Madam Speaker, in doing the feasibility and so on, I had occasion to look back on the debate in this House in 1965 when Minister Newland, under the Jamaica Labour Party administration, brought the national insurance scheme to this House. Then turn it around. So, Madam Speaker, a debate ensued in 1965 about unemployment insurance. And that if you're doing NIS, we need to tack on unemployment insurance. And just to be truthful to the fact, it was raised by the opposition, Mr. Arnott. He said, hey, what about unemployment? And the government of the day said, look, I want to see unemployment benefit, but we can't do it without strong financial support. We just started an NIS. It has nothing. And as soon as it becomes practicable, this government will come back with proposals to deal with the security of the unemployed. Madam Speaker, government changed, the rest is history. But the Andrew Holness government is here to fulfill the vision of the founding fathers of Jamaica. It was the vision, Madam Speaker, of opposition and government of the 1960s that unemployment insurance is an inextricable part of social security. But for 50 years or longer, this eluded the Jamaican people. We're going to be using economic stability, Madam Speaker, to bring benefits to the people in the form of unemployment insurance. 60 years later, Madam Speaker, time come. Time come. For unemployment insurance. So, Madam Speaker, on a lighter note, I want to share a little exchange in that debate from 1965, and if I can put it up. The member, Mr. Manley, in Hansard, says, on a point of order, Mr. Speaker, there's a member, and he points to him, sleeping in the House. Is that allowed, sir? And Mr. Jackson from the government says, while a man is sleeping, He can't create violence. And the debate just continued. No cas, but just so, I laughed when I came across it, and I thought I would share it. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, so the next time, Madam Speaker, so the Social Security Reform has been an indelible feature of the Holness administration. We introduced the social pension, which benefits 12,000 elderly Jamaicans, soon to be 15,000, Madam Speaker. And Minister Carl Samuda, former minister, was instrumental in that implementation, being carried on by Minister Charles. We introduced the tourism workers pension scheme, Madam Speaker. And Minister Bartlett has been instrumental. And I'm proud to announce that we're working to introduce unemployment insurance to Jamaica. Madam Speaker, we live in a climatic zone that makes us vulnerable to rainfall and earthquake. And Madam Speaker, we have to take responsibility for our vulnerability. As I often observe, the Canadians, in response to their vulnerability of freezing winters, they have created huge underground cities under Montreal, for example, 12 square kilometers. Shopping malls, apartment buildings, hotels, banks, offices, museums, universities, underground, connected by tunnels. And this infrastructure is used by hundreds of thousands of Quebecois, every day during the winter. Madam Speaker, the Toronto Path is one of the largest underground shopping malls in the world. 16 miles of concourses underground, retail space, etc. The Canadians have taken responsibility for their vulnerability. They're not alone. When the United States experienced the oil embargo in the early 1970s, it was then that they started the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, which became the largest physical supply of oil in the world. Madam Speaker, countries that achieve for their citizens take responsibility for their vulnerabilities. They don't leave themselves exposed or wait for other countries to come to their assistance. Madam Speaker, we became the first small country to launch a catastrophe bond. Hurricane 3 hurricane season, we got support from the World Bank, Madam Speaker, and from the governments of the UK, the US, and Germany, who paid 100% of the premiums for the first 3 years. And we'll always be grateful to them for that. And what we said to them in our pitch, when we went to pitch it to them, was that when it matures, we will, out of our own resources, continue to provide that protection for Jamaica. As night follows day, at some point, it's going to be necessary to have it. Just make sure that when that day comes, whoever is at the helm at the time has renewed this degree of protection. Madam Speaker, we're also creating a national disaster fund. We've already tabled the legislation in Parliament, and the idea is to capitalize that fund every year until it gets to about $10 billion. Madam Speaker, inheriting a legacy of debt, just a fact, our generation broadly defined, Madam Speaker, we intend to leave a legacy of national wealth, right? Where we have buffers put away for rainy days, like natural disasters and so on. And so in this budget, Madam Speaker, we are putting funds into that National Disaster Fund. Madam Speaker, I want to just turn my attention very quickly to public sector transformation. We embarked on the construct of the public sector transformation program in 2017, following the Prime Minister's announcement of the government's policy position on modernizing the state. The Transformation Implementation Unit in the Ministry of Finance developed a 6-year program with funding from the international development partners, the IDB and the World Bank. 6 years, 2027 to 2023. As part of the loan program, loan agreements, Madam Speaker, with our development partners, we agree certain measures that are to be achieved, and these measures are used by the development partner to assess the performance of the project. And it's with a deep sense of pride, Madam Speaker, that I stand here today to report that the public sector transformation program, meaning that loan funded by the IDB, is the first IDB program to achieve all measures agreed with the IDB within the agreed timelines and loan amount. I know me says so. The IDB says so. Now, the transformation unit headed by Mrs. Maria Thompson-Walters and the Financial Secretary, Mrs. Darlene Morrison, are deserving, Madam Speaker, of your recognition of this House. The audit and final evaluation of the program will be conducted between April and June of this year. What did we do differently? Given Jamaica's long history with reform, we had to do things differently to get a different outcome. We knew that we had to have realistic targets. Madam Speaker, the transformation program was built on 5 pillars, even though our minds probably just go to one. The 5 pillars were the improving the use of information and communication technology in the public sector. And you can see this as a precursor, really, to the Prime Minister's innovation of putting a digital ministry in place. The digital ministry was not in place at the time. So we had a public sector transformation, and one of the pillars under the Ministry of Finance was to go and digitize certain areas of government, and we picked 4 or 5 areas. The second was a shared service operation. The third was transforming human resources practices, compensation management, and rationalization of public bodies. On the ICT transformation, Madam Speaker, Mrs. Thompson-Walters and her team, Madam Speaker, under this government, has made significant strides in the program that was outlined. A big part of that, Madam Speaker, of that progress is that we now have a dedicated broadband infrastructure. And, Madam Speaker, many people have heard about GovNet for quite some time and may have wondered whether it would ever become a reality. As we speak, the TIU informs that over 200 entities in the Kingston area have been connected to the system, and over 500 entities, including police stations, schools, and courts, also have connectivity. Madam Speaker, this program also funded the data center at eGov to expand storage by 260%, and I had the pleasure of touring it recently. The Public Sector Transformation Unit partners with 4 government entities. So now we have a ministry who is going to, this was the precursor, as I said. So in the program, we just did 4. We did PICA to put in a new relationship management system, National Fisheries Authorities to put a web-based fisheries licensing system, and the work permit system at the Ministry of Local Government, as well as a system at the Child Protection Family Services, Madam Speaker. And for those 4 entities, dramatically improved productivity. On the ICT front, the transformation program implemented My HR Plus, an integrated HR and payroll management system that the vision is to serve all ministries, departments, and agencies. Now we have 70 MDAs that are using it, Madam Speaker, and it puts the government in a better path to manage its most critical resource, which are our people. Madam Speaker, HR and payroll teams have better access to employee information, more efficient management of employee data, better people decisions, better reporting, and most importantly, Madam Speaker, for the employee, rather than waiting 3 weeks to get a response from HR, you know, to say, how much leave I have left? I go look up some files and come back 2 weeks later and say you have 10 days left. Or I need a job letter because I want to get a mortgage. I have to wait for the person to come back. Under My HR Plus, the employee is empowered to do that themselves by pressing a button. Madam Speaker, on the restructuring of compensation, Madam Speaker, we set out to, this was a process to be implemented across 3 years. In the first year, Madam Speaker, we set out to change the compensation system, develop and implement a new job evaluation tool, have a single compensation spine, Madam Speaker, and then in the second year to introduce modern policies governing areas of conditions of service. In the third year, performance management. So the first year was 22-23, and we accomplished that. We had the new classification system, the 16 bands, Madam Speaker, has not been easy, but we've implemented a new single 16-band system for the public sector, reducing the multiplicity of scales from 325 to 16 bands across the entire public service. And we did that, Madam Speaker, within that first 12-month period. It was not easy, as I spoke last year in detail about it. Madam Speaker, other countries do it in phases. We're going to do the civil service this year, the nurses next year, the police the other year. But in our history, because of what has happened before, we tried it, or a version of it in the past, most recently in 2008. And when we did it in 2008, the teachers were dealt with. But before you could get to anybody else, there was a crisis. And nobody else was dealt with. So this time around, no, we're not going to do it. No. You have to do the whole thing one time. Yes. So I want you to understand what we did was to take on a restructure of compensation across the entire government at the same time. And the fact that we were able to restructure the salary spine, the job evaluation tool within that first 12 months, we had 95% convergence acceptance, Madam Speaker, is something that we as a country eventually will, yes, it is what it stands for itself. Madam Speaker, in this fiscal year, 23-24, which I'll touch on in a second, the idea is to modernize the terms of service. And in 23-24, don't want to finish it. And in 24-25, to deal with performance, a new system of performance management. Now, in the process, Madam Speaker, you know, there's no precedent for this, all at the same time restructuring of compensation. And we have made a huge investment in the process. Compensation allocated to public employees moved from $222 billion before this, i.e. in 21-22, and is at $414 billion in 24-25. So across 3 years, almost $200 billion. Not quite, but almost. From 9.6% of GDP to 12.6%. Now, Madam Speaker, I believe this adjustment to be justified and deserved. It was the public sector employees that sacrificed for 10 years so that this country could recover, along with other people. They weren't the only ones who sacrificed. And we have to honor that sacrifice, Madam Speaker. And for our own good, we reached a point where we could not, and we still have a challenge, but it's not what it used to be, in terms of attracting people and retaining people in the public service. So this had to happen. And one of Jamaica's challenges is that we are right close to North America, and skills move very, very easily. Now, Madam Speaker, the estimates of expenditure are tabled in Parliament every year, and they're placed on the Ministry of Finance's website. Anybody who is diligent can see for themselves that the compensation allocation to just 3 ministries, the Ministry of National Security, which is civil servants and police and everybody associated with the Ministry of National Security, the Ministry of Education, all the civil servants, all the people in regions, all the teachers, the Ministry of Health, all the civil servants, all the nurses, doctors, and everybody in the health system. For those 3 ministries alone, Madam Speaker, the uplift in compensation of those 3 years was more than $100 billion. Madam Speaker, I humbly ask, notwithstanding challenges, frustrations, that public sector employees, everyone, you know, internalize and the unprecedented scale of this effort and achievement in the context of Jamaican resources. Madam Speaker, over those 3 years, while compensation has moved by $200 billion, investment in government programs, has, you know, where 3 million people are impacted, has moved by $58 billion, and capital expenditure by $30 billion. And Madam Speaker, if you look at capital expenditure, I just have a 10-year cycle of capital expenditure to come up. Capital expenditure increased from $33 billion in 2015-16 to $70 billion in 2019-20. And we were able to do a lot of things as CapEx expanded. We had the 3 years of COVID where we had to focus on the health of the country and recovery, and CapEx took a hit. And Madam Speaker, we have not been able to get back up, even though we're recovered in other areas, to get back up to pre-COVID levels of capital expenditure has taken us some time. Had we not had COVID, Madam Speaker, CapEx this year could have been as much as $130 billion, right? In terms of that's what the steady growth path would have been, which means we'd have been able to do even more for people. Madam Speaker, in the allocation of resources, we have to consider the needs of everybody. Now, Madam Speaker, I'm painfully aware that some of the challenges that have been unearthed because of the new implementation of the compensation system are real. And in some cases, these have to do with inherent issues of classification in the public sector. For example, there are genuine anomalies that were created that affected some classification groups, and we have a panel of classification experts currently reviewing those anomalies. And their work will be completed by the end of this month, and corrective actions to be implemented before the end of the first quarter in the fiscal year. Another pain point, Madam Speaker, is that the appointment of officers acting in a higher post, unintended consequence, where on appointment, that officer receives less pay because they're appointed on the first point of a salary band. Not at all the intention, definitely frustrating for the employee and frustrating for us. Minister Mackenzie brought me a case the other day, advocating on behalf of an employee in his ministry. We feel the pain too. We understand. Minister Mackenzie called me on the phone and wouldn't stop. Somebody in his ministry, there's an anomaly where they were acting in a position, and once they were confirmed, the pay went down because of this thing that we have to correct. Madam Speaker, the Office of the Services Commission, who is responsible for appointments, in collaboration with the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, are currently working to address the matter. And I expect that by the end of April, this too will be corrected for the affected persons. There are some public bodies, Madam Speaker, that we're still working through issues. Remember, there are 140, but we have a few that we're still working with issues, Madam Speaker. And of course, people have appeals and so forth. Now, for the second year, which is the 23-24 year, which is completing, what the work plan was, Madam Speaker, was to put in policies that focus on streamlining benefits, Madam Speaker. Because what we have across the public service is that we have allowances for the same purpose and rates and conditions for payment that are different across the public service. I want to give you just two examples. Payment for work done outside of normal working hours. There are several ways in which public officers are compensated for this. Weekly paid staff are paid overtime at the prescribed rates. Other categories of staff get something they call a duty allowance, or an honorarium, or a special allowance. And in some cases, the only compensation done for work outside of normal hours is a supper and taxi allowance or refreshment allowance. Now, what this means, Madam Speaker, is that in some cases, there are two groups of employees, both required to work overtime. One group works overtime routinely, and therefore they got a duty allowance. One group works overtime every now and again. But when the one group works every now and again, they don't get compensation. The new system is set to correct that by doing away with these special allowances and categories and just having one overtime regime for everybody, whether it is something you do regularly or every now and again. Now, Madam Speaker, even though we've had this duty allowance regime for a long time, people who are on it want the regime to be updated. And we set this year to do it, and they want to see it done, and they are right. You know, every time I go to OPM and the Cabinet Office, there are some people who work in the protocol staff there. These are the people who put on functions for the Prime Minister and for the government. Have to work long hours into the evening, right? Yes, have to work, like some of your people too, long hours into the evening. And these are some of the people who are on duty allowance. Every time they see me, Minister, when are we going to transition to the new regime? And what I have to say to them is that what we have to do is reach a point of agreement with all the unions so that we can implement it. We have another one, uniform allowance, Madam Speaker, where public officers who are required to wear uniforms for their duties and to dress in a particular code, there are different rates and different modalities and different ways of doing it across the public service. And in this second year, the idea is to harmonize. So when you see stuff, it's not the same thing that is recurring. This year is about a different set of things than last year. And people, especially with the new salary scale, when these things are reformed, the benefits come in at a higher level, so people want to see it happen. Now, Madam Speaker, there are several of these, I may be wrong, but let's say 7 of them, 8 of them or so, or some number. And we presented proposals on these and other benefits and conditions to the Confederation, which is the umbrella organization, in June of 2023. Now, the reality of Jamaica is that each of those unions has to consult with their members. And they have to go out and consult. They can't just make a decision. They could just make a decision, Madam Speaker, and the decision was affirmative. June 23, done. But they had to go and consult. I can't do anything until they come back. They came back in November of 2023, Madam Speaker, wrote to me in November of 2023, giving me feedback on what I had presented in June. We met with them promptly in December. And my recollection is 8 out of 9, it could be 7 out of 9, or 8 of, somewhere in that region that we have agreed on. And the next stage is to meet again and see if we can get over that hump. What I hear, Madam Speaker, public employees saying that it's nice that you have agreed all of these from December, but where is the implementation? I.e., they're saying to us, you agree 8 out of 9. Why not implement the 8? And, Madam Speaker, in planning the fiscal affairs of the country, being accountable and responsible to all the people of Jamaica, I've been simply seeking to get full sight of all the costs before moving forward with implementation. And this is, i.e., from December. I.e., I waited from May to November, right? But since December time, I've been waiting for them to come back because I want to have full sight of all the costs before I go ahead. Because otherwise, what could happen is that the numbers get ahead of us. Now, they rightfully and respectfully can have another point of view. And I can respect their point of view, Madam Speaker. We can sit down and talk about it in the interest of our highly valued public sector employees. In the third year, we're addressing performance management, and I'll say more about that later. Madam Speaker, employment and contract, I indicated last year the government will be addressing it over 3 fiscal years. That's the thing, we've had this for 30 years. But everybody heard me, it's taped on TV. I said we're going to do it over 3 fiscal years. We cannot, it's not humanly possible to deal with a problem that's been around for 30 years and to do it overnight. The important thing is that we're making progress and that people are being brought on, Madam Speaker. And I've given you examples already that in the Ministry of Education, Minister Favour Williams has done huge work because the Ministry of Finance can't do it alone. It takes the policies of the Ministry of Finance, the implementations of the line ministry. Right? So we have to work in collaboration. And with Minister Favour Williams, 8,000 contract workers became permanent, Madam Speaker. In the Ministry of Health, we've been able to work with Minister Tufton. And we created 1,600 posts. And they were able to, Minister Tufton's ministry, get 1,400 doctors who are on contract now permanently employed in the system. Significant boost to the healthcare system. Working with the Deputy Prime Minister. Deputy Prime Minister, there are 1,100 contract workers in the Ministry of National Security. And working with DPM's ministry, we got them off contract and into permanent employment. Madam Speaker, we're working with Minister McKenzie, Minister of Local Government. He has a lot of them in his ministry. Nothing to do with his fault. Came in and saw it that way. Been that way for 20 years. But we are committed to resolving it. And we understand the impatience, Madam Speaker. It has existed for 30 years. You see the possibility right before you. But it's not quite there. Not quite there. And other people have become permanent. What about me? Madam Speaker, I'm happy to report that working with the Ministry of Local Government, we're working with the municipal corporations. And we have a timetable agreed with the Ministry of Local Government, Ministry of Finance, and the unions who represent them, that early in the new year, the people who work for municipal corporations, Madam Speaker, and we have to go through a process. Let me not talk before the time. But what we're saying is we're working on it, and in the new year, it is going to be addressed, Madam Speaker. But the municipal corporations have to do their part. We can't do anything if the municipal corporations do not provide the data that is required to the Ministry of Local Government in time. The policy is clear. The government wants to make them permanent. But it needs collaboration across the system to make it happen. Madam Speaker, we had rationalization of public bodies, and we had 180 public bodies. That's a fifth pillar of public sector transformation, down to 140. Now, I just want to address a little emotive issue. I don't want to spend too much time on it, but Madam Speaker, we accept the criticism with respect to salaries of parliamentarians and, Madam Speaker, etc. But I just want to, it's important that we dialogue with facts and that facts are available. It's public information, it's in estimates of expenditure, which is on the website of the Ministry of Finance, that the compensation of employees paid by the House of Parliament, which includes not just parliamentarians, but includes senators, it includes all the administrative staff who work at Parliament, all the ancillary staff, the persons who are assigned here, the people who work on the 4 floors or 3 floors? 2 floors, the people who work on the 2 floors upstairs, 3 floors in all, right? Everybody, the drivers associated with MPs and so on, for all of that group, Madam Speaker, compensation, and it's all moved in 2021-22 to 24-25, including members of the opposition, members of the government, moved, Madam Speaker, by $1 billion between 21-22 and 24-25. In the context of the $200 billion, I'm just throwing it out for full transparency. It's public information. Everybody paid by Houses of Parliament, which we can get updated figures to how many people those are, Madam Speaker. That is how compensation has moved. Now, I just have this schematic. I don't intend to dwell on it for too long, but this is a schematic representation of the establishment of salaries for the political directorate. We're applying existing principles that have been in place for nearly 30 years, that ministers' salaries are $52 more than permanent secretaries. When you look at the first scales, just a schematic representation, and you have the permanent secretary level, the Minister of Finance, not Minister of Finance, the Ministers of Government were put from 1986 at the top of the permanent secretary scale. So if you have a scale, you go all the way to the right of the permanent secretary scale, and that is how ministers of government have been paid for the last 30 years.
Except that I'm way below.
Except that the Prime Minister, we have to find out where he is. Him is just
below.
all, him is all the way in the middle.
Don't worry.
Yeah.
Don't worry. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? You're above it. You're above it. You're above it. Say anything you want to say. You're above it. Yeah.
So, Madam Speaker, when you look at the existing scale and the new scale is higher than the one that existed before. But the relative position of the Minister of Government is at the same, the relative position is the same. The permanent secretary scale and all the way to the right. Now, Madam Speaker, outside of a new commission, it's principle-based. We're applying the same principle. Right. No, I'm just saying it. Yes. We're just putting it out there. We understand and we accept the criticism. Moving on, Madam Speaker. The Student Loan Bureau continues in its mission to provide financing to students pursuing tertiary level studies across 34 approved institutions. Madam Speaker, the lifetime economic value of a university education as compared with leaving high school and immediately joining the workforce is immense. Yet, Madam Speaker, I have met too many young people in my constituency alone, and I'm sure that's replicated throughout this House, of people who possess qualifications for university who opt not to go on account of challenges with finances. Madam Speaker, it pains me every time Every time I encounter one of these cases. It's even more painful, Madam Speaker, because we have a well-capitalized institution, the Student Loan Bureau, set up to provide financing to students seeking tertiary education. And many Jamaicans in positions of leadership have used the products of the Student Loan Bureau to get ahead in life. The current managing director of the Student Loan Bureau is herself a former customer of the Student Loan Bureau. Madam Speaker, not everybody was born with the capacity to finance themselves through university. I didn't want to say gold spoon, but I can't bother with that. I don't want to bother with that. Madam Speaker, the most honorable Prime Minister has publicly volunteered that he too is a former customer of the Student Loan Bureau. The Minister Morgan is a former customer. Minister Bartlett, former customer of the Student Loan Bureau. The Student Loan Bureau works, Madam Speaker. Over the past few years, we have made changes in how the Student Loan Bureau is accessed and the results. In the 2022-23 budget, we removed the requirements for guarantors to be provided for applicants who are wards of the state. Within the 12 months of that policy change, as I said last year, the number of wards of the state increased by 100% from 46 to 98. Madam Speaker, last year, we lifted the requirement for guarantors, Madam Speaker, for persons on path. For the last 12 months, the beneficiaries accessing student loan who are on path jumped from 192 the previous year to 547, and the year is not done yet, Madam Speaker. 185% increase. Jesus. Madam Speaker, in the face of this staggering evidence as to the inhibiting effect of the requirement of a guarantor, how do we keep it? I want to share with you a true story, Madam Speaker. The day before the local government election, I met a member of my constituency. She told me that her son had graduated from Hussey Marty in 2019, and she wanted him to go to university. I asked her how many subjects he got. She said to him get 7 subjects. So I said to her, I'm like, what's the problem? I said, what do you do for work? She said, I work at the ice cream shop. I said, customer service? Yes, customer service in an ice cream shop. I asked her how much she made. She told me, but I'm not telling you. But I said to her, what happens when you go to the Student Loan Bureau? She said to me, then tell me that I don't earn enough to be a guarantor for my son. And Nigel, she called me Nigel, him well want to go university. Him well want it, Nigel. Oh God, me feel like crying now, Nigel. So she's talking to me. I looked her in the eye, Madam Speaker, and I said, it's people like you that we have in mind with a policy and plan to announce shortly. That's exactly what I said to her. I said, Nigel, nobody tell me that now make me feel good. Nobody tell me that make me feel good. I took her name and her number, and I told her I would call her when I was ready, Madam Speaker. She's in the Parliament this afternoon with her son. Cheryl is here, Madam Speaker. Her son, Malik, who graduated from Hussey Marty in 2019. I want to be the first to say to them live and direct that come April 1st, there will be no guarantors required for student loan. Madam Speaker, under this policy, Malik will be the first in his family, the son of an ice cream shop customer service rep, to go to university because of the policy change that I'm talking about today. Under this government, Madam Speaker, we want every youth to be a star. Madam Speaker, the requirement of a guarantor for student loans is regressive as it discriminates against low-income families who cannot as easily, if at all, find guarantors for student loan. The policy, though, has been in place for several decades. And we are happy to abolish the requirement for guarantors for student loans. Madam Speaker, from copious amounts of data, even with high delinquency rates, very rarely are payments actually made by guarantors. In all but a few instances, guarantors have served the purpose of locating students. Madam Speaker, we anticipate that by the time the first batch of students graduate who have benefited from this policy, the National Identification System, or NIDS, will be a reality. We will not need guarantors to find people anymore. Now, we signaled, Madam Speaker, that this was under consideration with our changes in the guarantor requirements. But it was important to demonstrate to skeptical people in the public, it's public's money, what the effect would be. So we did it with all other states. We got a 100% increase. Did it with path guarantors, got a 185% increase. Now, Madam Speaker, the evidence is crystal clear that this is the right policy. Now, Madam Speaker, we different how we do things. We don't just do stuff just so. We take into consideration lots of details. Since inception, the Student Loan Bureau uses a very tiny fraction of repayments to make provisions for loss of life of the borrower. And this fund was actually assessed and found to have more than $1 billion in excess of what it needs to have to ensure the risk that it has. With this new guarantor policy, we'll move this $1 billion excess from the life insurance reserve, which you don't need in that position, into a new guarantor reserve fund to back this new policy. Everybody can say remove guarantor. When we do it, Madam Speaker, we do it in a sustainable way. We're not doing it for no popularity contest. We're doing it to benefit the people, but we're doing it in a way that the taxpayer is also protected. What is more, Madam Speaker, is that Malik, along with 4,199 other beneficiaries, will qualify for a free grant of $60,000 on loan approval. 4,200 grants of $60,000 each will be available to low-income applicants of the Student Loan Bureau. Oh, Madam Speaker, just a few words on governance before I go to the items in the budget. Jamaica is a small society that is growing in transparency and formality and in the rigor of its governance arrangements. And this is for the benefit of the people as well. We have shown that whatever we focus on, we achieve. Over the past few years, the matters, Madam Speaker, of conflicts of interest in the public sector has surfaced, and there have been many publicized cases, some alleged, of abuse of its basic tenets. Madam Speaker, I think it's fair to say that 99% of public servants wish to be compliant and make an effort to comply, but in this area, there are no appropriate standards or guidelines domestically of domestic origin that can capture the practical experience of a small society, short on professional and technical talent. In the absence of guidelines, persons have had the experience of doing what they think is right, only to be told that they're wrong. Madam Speaker, the government intends to appoint a committee to engage in broad consultations with political parties. Sometimes political parties say they're left out. We're going to make sure that in this consultation, Engagement is with political parties, with unions, with academia, with business groups, with the Integrity Commission, among other stakeholders, to develop a set of practical guidelines that are appropriate for Jamaica. Not the kind of guidelines that you introduce and you have to change after a year because they're not practical. Right? Practical guidelines. The panel will be tasked to develop guidelines that take the challenges of size, developmental status, technical capacity, and resource levels into account, and also to take into consideration the views and experience of stakeholders. Madam Speaker, we are improving to benefit the people. Madam Speaker, I turn now to the government's budget. The central government budget, Madam Speaker, is $1.3 trillion, comprised of non-debt expenditure of approximately $850 billion and debt expenditure of $491 billion. The non-debt expenditure is $442 billion for compensation of employees, some of which is employer contributions, $327.8 billion recurrent programs, and capital expenditure of $80 billion. Madam Speaker, captured in the $442 billion are provisions to facilitate the implementation of the third and final year of the new 16-band structure. We also have $8.1 billion for the allocation, Madam Speaker, to the health insurance scheme, which is a 24% increase over the previous year to public sector health insurance. Madam Speaker, the allocations to recurrent ministries has been published and is available on the website. Just going quickly through it. Minister Olivia Babsy-Grange, veteran minister, would like all Jamaica to know, Madam Speaker, and she asked me specifically to do so, that the necessary funding of $120 million has been included in the budget to complete the rehabilitation of Jam World and Fort Rocky as fully functional 24/7 entertainment zones. Minister Grange is a strong advocate and wants musicians to have spaces where they can earn their livelihood in peace and where Jamaicans have the opportunity to enjoy reggae music in peace. Madam Speaker, Fort Rocky is in Kingston. True? Fort Rocky, Minister Green, is in Kingston. It's in Kingston still. Madam Speaker, I want to humbly tell Protégé that this government of Prime Minister Holness listens and we hear you. Madam Speaker, to tell Protégé that with this government, reggae music will play in Kingston 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Madam Speaker, we are leveraging economic stability in the people's benefit. Minister Grange also wants you to know that we're honoring the commitment to support the development of Jamaican cricket over the medium term with $100 million over 3 years, $40 million in this upcoming year. Madam Speaker, approximately $45 billion has been reserved for pensions and retirement, $3.2 billion for street lights, and very importantly, Madam Speaker, in order to accelerate projects through the public investment process, we have $2 billion that is reserved to support pre-investment activities of public investment projects, planning for design and feasibility studies and so forth. Sometimes projects come through the public investment process, goes back to the minister, and the minister, Lord have mercy, I don't have any money to do the study or to accelerate the pace of public investments, Madam Speaker. We're making this allocation of $2 billion. We have it at the Ministry of Finance, and as on a case-by-case basis, as the projects come up that need this pre-investment planning, we have to share it going on. One ministry can't get the whole of it, right? One ministry can't get the whole thing. We have to share it. And to get public investment through the system. Madam Speaker, in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, We have $4.3 billion for the maintenance of roads. But that's not the Spark program. That's just the normal annual allocation. Madam Speaker, in the Ministry of Transportation, the government is supporting the JUTC with an additional $1 billion to support the temporary reduction in fares to the public. Fees come April 1 will be reduced from $100 to $50. Madam Speaker, for members of the commuting public, for those who are on low income, Madam Speaker, removing or reducing the bus fare half price for the next 24 months from $100 to $50, Madam Speaker, it adds up. The monthly contribution for transportation is thereby reduced, Madam Speaker, by a useful amount, Madam Speaker, $2,000. $2,000. If you're on minimum wage, that's a significant percentage of your income. Madam Speaker, Ministry of Education continues to get the largest share of the budget, $164 billion, 5.3% of GDP. But of this amount, $13.6 billion goes to the University of the West Indies, the University of Technology, and the Caribbean Maritime Institute. And funding of tertiary education is something, Madam Speaker, that we're committed to, but we're going to have to talk about in the future the best way to do it. Now, a topic, Madam Speaker, to make sure the public is aware of, because it's something that in government, across the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Health, is something that we're watching with some degree of concern, right? Meaning we have to do something about it. And that is the increase in pharmaceutical and medical supply costs over the past few years, where it's gone from $8.8 billion to $19.7 billion over 3 fiscal years. And you don't need to be a rocket scientist, Madam Speaker, to know that if you're to project this kind of rate forward for the next 3 years or 4 years, then you could end up in something unsustainable. Now, the Minister of Health has long sounded the alarm. This is a sign of a good thing, that the ministry is having more efficient pharmacies, and so people are able to get processed quicker and get served. But we're working together, supported by the World Bank, on a public expenditure review, and once that is done, the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Health have to work in tandem over the medium term. There's nothing that can happen tomorrow to discuss some of the ways in which we can address this challenge, and Minister Tufton has already put forward some ideas, and we just have to make sure that we can do these things in a sustainable way. But by the time that comes around, we want the public to be aware of the challenge that we're trying to solve. So this is just sowing the seed by putting the information out there of this challenge that we have. Madam Speaker, we're increasing the allocation to PATH by approximately 30%, or over $2 billion, Madam Speaker. For those who are most vulnerable in our society, the overall allocation, Minister Charles will detail exactly how that is used, but the headline goes up by 30%. We're increasing the allocation to social pension, Madam Speaker, by 64%, from $409 million to $672 million. Again, Madam Speaker, focusing on those vulnerable members of our society. The CAPEX program for the government of Jamaica is tabulated at $80 billion, Madam Speaker, and this year I'm very pleased by the fact that one of the highest allocations is to the Ministry of Health, $11.5 billion, Madam Speaker, to support the construction of 3 hospitals at the same time. Now, you tell me, the last time you heard that happening in Jamaica. To the best of my knowledge, Madam Speaker, there's no parallel for this volume and this pace of health infrastructure investment over the past 50 years. This, Madam Speaker, and it takes work to get that done. Minister Tufton has put a lot of work in. $3.4 billion, Madam Speaker, to construct the Spanish Town Hospital, to commence civil works at Greater Portmore and St. Jago and Old Harbour Health Centres. $5.8 billion for the finishing up Cornwall Regional Hospital, Madam Speaker, and $800 million to facilitate ongoing activities in the construction of the Western Adolescents Hospital, Madam Speaker. And of course, the UE project, Madam Speaker, for which the Prime Minister and the Minister of Health broke ground, is allocated $481 million. We're going to have a modern, is it 6-story hospital on the UE grounds, Madam Speaker, something that we have never thought possible before. And you know, I said 3 hospitals, but it's really 4. Because it's Cornwall Regional Hospital, it is Spanish Town Hospital, it is Western Adolescents Hospital, Madam Speaker, and it is the University Hospital of the West Indies, Madam Speaker. When have you ever seen that happen before? That could not happen without macro stability. Let's be clear about that. But what we are doing is we're leveraging macro stability, Madam Speaker, in the people's benefit, to the people's benefit. Madam Speaker, the physical infrastructure, $6.3 billion, Madam Speaker, allocated to complete the Southern Coastal Highway project, $10.2 billion, Madam Speaker, for the Montego Bay Perimeter Road project, Madam Speaker. And very excitingly, as we move to national security, Madam Speaker, projects that the Deputy Prime Minister has been working on for a long time, supported by the police department, Madam Speaker, we will be allocating $882 million to commence construction works on the Westmoreland Police Divisional Headquarters. Now, when you look at the building, Madam Speaker, you have to ask yourself, which country am I in? This is the Westmoreland Police Divisional Headquarters that will be under construction this year, responding to the situation in Westmoreland. And at the same time, Madam Speaker, $990 million for the St. Catherine North Police Divisional Headquarters. At the same time. Madam Speaker, in the Ministry of Transportation, we are making allocation of $2.6 billion for the delivery of 100 new buses, Madam Speaker, which are on schedule to arrive before back to school. We are leveraging stability to improve people's lives. Madam Speaker, we are allocating $916 million for the procurement of 50 garbage trucks, Madam Speaker, for the people of Jamaica. Madam Speaker, this is a government that is using economic stability, leveraging it to meet the needs of the people. This is a government that listens, responds, and acts. In the last 2 constituency debates, the condition of our roads dominated the discourse. Over the past several years, Minister Warmington on this side, Member Warmington on this side, Member Phillips on that side, they've been consistent every single year that we need to apply more than $4 billion on the secondary road program. And, Madam Speaker, we have heard an earful from constituents, from the citizens of Jamaica. Poll after poll places the conditions of the roads at near the top of the list of priorities. Madam Speaker, we have all experienced some of the discontent out there on the condition of roads. And we've heard all those voices. We've been preparing ourselves to respond. Madam Speaker, this is a government, Madam Speaker, that is pursuing stability, not as an end in itself, but because it allows. On the screen, I left out the Ministry of Agriculture, $1.9 billion for the Essex Valley Irrigation Project and $1.6 billion for the Southern Plain Agriculture Development Project. Madam Speaker, last year we in my budget presentation and the Prime Minister's budget presentation, we share the shared prosperity through Accelerated Improvement Program, SPARK. And we said from then, a $40 billion allocation across 2 fiscal years. There's never been a larger road rehabilitation program financed with Jamaica's funds. Madam Speaker, we spoke about it last year, and I'm pleased to announce that we have made the allocation this year. In the capital budget, we have allocated $20 billion for the implementation of the SPARK program to address the conditions of roads in Jamaica. The Most Honourable Prime Minister will provide further details on the project. Now, Madam Speaker, we are absolutely serious about leveraging the hard-earned stability Jamaica enjoys for the benefit of the Jamaican people. In addition to the above, Madam Speaker, we have an allocation expecting new public investments to be approved for implementation during the year. But to give us the best chance of executing capital expenditure at the budgeted level, as I mentioned, we'll be revising, amending, optimizing our procurement and public investment processes. We won't stop there in attempting to maximize the use of CapEx space. What we'll also do is to develop a portfolio of public investment projects above and beyond the aggregate allocation, Madam Speaker, for the year. This gives us the option of substituting, you hear what I said? Substituting in the event a public investment project execution falls behind. So I want to say, you hear what I'm saying? We have $80 billion for CapEx. All of that is allocated across multiple projects. But to give ourselves it's important to spend that $80 billion on public investment. But to guard or to prepare for the probability, the possibility that some projects will fall behind, what we want to do is to get other projects ready that come September when we do the roll call. And we say, all right, where is this project? You're behind? All right, your space is going to be moved to another project. So, Madam Speaker, we said to Minister Vaz, you know, those additional 100 buses above and beyond the 100 for this year and the 70 for last year, we had programmed that for 25-26. Said to Minister Vaz, let's get the project ready from now, just in case. Because if a project slip, Madam Speaker, we're going to use the space. I said to DPM Chang, you know, the 500 to 1,000 police cars, the building out of the infrastructure to the west, and the expansion of Jamaica Eye that you are planning for 25-26. Let's accelerate just in case. We're determined, Madam Speaker, to maintain and leverage the macro stability, Madam Speaker, in the interest of the Jamaican people. I wanted, Madam Speaker, to provide an update on the housing and population census, but I probably, let me just say, Madam Speaker, that the data collection for the 22 population census began in September 2022. It marked a departure from traditional methods by embracing technology and collecting data on tablet computers. Monitoring the census recruitment and human resource management were also digital. However, Staten experienced lots of resignations and retirement of key personnel at their head office and challenges in recruitment as this was happening right before all of the big salary changes. Madam Speaker, we also had, given the tight labor market, recruiting challenges. And this, as I'll explain, was a feature of the post-COVID environment, and many countries that engaged in 2020 censuses were similarly affected. This had a cascading effect on operations of the census, including delays in recruitment and training and payment at the start of data collection. The Statistical Institute was able to make adjustments to cope with and treat most of these issues. However, the negative publicity of the challenges, along with the impact of payment issues, Madam Speaker, merited, but issues nonetheless, had a significant impact on the progress of data collection. The Statin Director General reports that another issue that affected the census, coming out of the COVID environment, Madam Speaker, is just heightened concerns about privacy and security. Right? The post-COVID mindset, very, very different from the pre-COVID mindset. And then the proliferation of gated communities with the massive expansion. No, but there's been a proliferation. Yeah? Respondents, some of them is reported cooperation is less than satisfactory. Now, Madam Speaker, is public information quite Googleable and verifiable that globally the 2020 round of censuses have been challenging, and several countries across Latin America and the Caribbean region have faced similar challenges. This led to a coordinated response from the global statistical community led by the United Nations. So the United Nations Statistics Division is involved, which implemented strategies in response to the issues faced by the 2020 rounds of censuses. And this includes new methodological guidelines for assessing undercoverage, enhanced technical support for small area estimation, and several workshops on assessing data quality. Statin has been involved in several of these initiatives at the global and regional level and has hosted one technical assistance mission. Madam Speaker, the census started on a phase basis in September 2022 and was expected to last 4 months. However, the data collection was extended with face-to-face data collection by contracted census workers ended in December 2023 for reasons mentioned earlier. Madam Speaker, although this extended data collection is unprecedented for Jamaica, as I said, it's a feature globally of the 2020 round of population and housing censuses. Unlike previous census rounds, data collection in most countries has exceeded 6 months and has been extended well beyond a year, even for countries with smaller populations. Madam Speaker, the focus of Statin during the latter part of 2023 was to rapidly ramp up data collection. We're now in the post-enumeration phase and post-data collection survey, Madam Speaker, using the web and in-field work. The extended data collection and short form, Madam Speaker, will introduce some challenges, Madam Speaker, but this is a necessary compromise as we seek to preserve the most important aspects of the census. And Statin is receiving the technical support from the United Nations Fund for Population Activities, the Latin American Caribbean Demographic Center, and the Statistical Division of the Economic Commission for Latin America regarding these concerns, i.e. there are global standards that have emerged for dealing with the issues that countries have faced under the tight labor market conditions, the privacy concerns that have been common across countries over this time. Now, Madam Speaker, the payment of, there have been census workers who have complained of not being paid, Madam Speaker. Every one that's brought to my attention, I have brought to Statin, and some go there directly. Madam Speaker, we live in a country of rules and laws, and payment for work done is based on approval of the census questionnaires by Census HQ. And, Madam Speaker, Statin has pointed out that, as outlined in a training manual and several correspondences sent to census field staff, the questionnaire approval process includes approval by the census supervisor and a second review by persons at HQ. Without those, Madam Speaker, it cannot lead to payment. This allows for checks and balances to ensure the quality of the data, Madam Speaker. And a very important component, a technical term, is submission of the census worker of the visitation record. And in many instances, that has been outstanding. In fact, most issues have been as a result of outstanding visitation record. Madam Speaker, use this forum, this platform, to say to census workers that Statin is willing, available, and able to make payments. It is a creature of laws. It's audited by the Auditor General. The visitation record has to be completed for those that are outstanding, Madam Speaker. And there is an email address, censuspaymentqueries@statinja.gov.jm. That is censuspaymentqueries@statinja.gov.jm for any person to register their concerns. Now, Madam Speaker, I want to say a word on the Financial Investigations Division, Madam Speaker. The The FID is a department of government in the Ministry of Finance that collaborates widely with the security apparatus and is responsible for certain legislation like the proceeds of crime legislation and other pieces of legislation for implementing it. The Asset Recovery Agency in FID is responsible for the management and disposal of restrained and forfeited assets. These assets, I want to hear me on this one. This is not information that is regular in the public domain, but as we seek to maximize for the people's benefit, we're going to have to find solutions to these issues. Assets that are derived from investigations, Madam Speaker, utilized in civil or criminal procedures pursuant to POCA, are held by FID, and it exercises responsibility under the Sharing of Forfeiture Property Act in managing properties that are restrained and forfeited in keeping with a foreign forfeiture order registered in Jamaica pursuant to the Mutual Assistance Treaty. Upon the completion of disposal of foreign forfeited properties, the net proceeds are shared between Jamaica and the foreign country 50-50, after the department recoups its expenditure. Currently, Madam Speaker, the department manages a portfolio of 118 real properties with a combined market value of $2.6 billion. 67 properties with an estimated market value of $2 billion have been forfeited by the courts. Of the 67, 26 with an estimated market value of $687 million are the subject of foreign forfeited orders, and the proceeds of any sale will be subject to that 50-50 sharing arrangement. The remaining 41 properties at $1.2 billion were forfeited pursuant to the Domestic Proceeds of Crime Act. Now, Madam Speaker, numbers might get a little confusing, but the message I want you to hear is that there's a lot of property that's been seized that is under the jurisdiction of FID, Madam Speaker, and I want to tell you the challenge that is faced, and we need to do something about it, because these are resources that belong with the Jamaican people. Madam Speaker, in keeping with POCA, when a property is forfeited by the courts, it's vested in the Crown, the Commission of Lands. And these properties are, the sale of these are conducted by the government on behalf of the FID. The process to sell forfeited properties, Madam Speaker, has a number of steps. You have to obtain a certificate of title, and on request, the government advertises the property by way of sales, bids from the profit, bids from the public, etc. But, Madam Speaker, from 2012 until 2024, spanning several administrations, only 3 properties valued at $108 million have been sold to date. Madam Speaker, this is not acceptable. Our partners who give or grant Jamaica significant resources to assist in our national security effort look at us and say, look, you have all of these assets that you're sitting on, that you're not turning into resources to assist the Jamaican people. We have to do something different. The process of getting the government as the sales agent is not working, Madam Speaker. And despite the best efforts over that 12-year period, Madam Speaker, what we're doing is spending hundreds of millions of dollars maintaining the properties. We spent $150 million over the last 12 years maintaining this portfolio of properties. And then, right? It don't make any sense. So what we want to do, Madam Speaker, is that we intend to engage, Madam Speaker, with private company of professional realtors in keeping with the procurement rules to market and sell the portfolio of properties, either collectively or individually. Yes, it is something that we will, not something that we have just the discretion to do. It has some procedure, and I have to investigate what the procedure is. But the policy intent is to accelerate the pace at which these resources can be put into the public coffers to use in the benefit of Jamaican people. The same is true for cash seizures. The government, through the FID, has over $1 billion in cash that has been seized legitimately, well, under the Proceeds of Crime Act. And I list all the currencies here. I won't bother to speak to it. Euros, pounds, Canadian, US dollars. There are over 800 cases before the courts that are related to this $1 billion. But we're only disposing of 25 to 30 cases a year, and the number of new cases continues to grow exponentially. Now, this puts a burden on the courts, it puts a burden on the state, it puts a burden on the FID, and it puts a burden on the defendants from whom the cash is seized. Because they have to wait, right? Madam Speaker, the FID is working across government to look for ways to solve this problem. And when we have solutions, we'll come back, but we want you to at least be aware of the problem. Madam Speaker, a paragraph on SSL, the magnitude of the case, Madam Speaker, has warranted a long and thorough investigation. The investigation is progressing as planned. A file was submitted to the Office of the Department of Public Prosecutions by the FID for the consideration of criminal charges against individuals, Madam Speaker, and the DPP is doing her job, and I think that office has publicly stated that they'll make a ruling at some point. Madam Speaker, I summarize our policy on SSL: leave no stone unturned, follow the evidence wherever it leads, and seek international assistance. And that is what we have followed. Madam Speaker, I announced last year that in consultation with the British High Commission, Kroll Associates was hired to assist in the investigation. Madam Speaker, they had no connections in Jamaica, and their experience internationally, which resulted in their selection. Madam Speaker, they used technology, data analytics, and forensic expertise to produce a comprehensive report, an independent report as well of it, and independently reported its findings in November of 2023 to the FID. Madam Speaker, Kroll has confirmed that the suspected fraudulent activity and mismanagement at SSL and its related parties were much broader than initially understood. Madam Speaker, the investigative authorities have a much clearer picture of what took place, those involved, and they're committed to bringing those involved to justice. The FID will use all the powers at their disposal, Madam Speaker, to attempt to recover as much as possible of dissipated funds. Madam Speaker, with respect to fees paid to Kroll, it's a government of transparency. We'd have to wait to be asked. It wrapped up in November, and just to disclose, the UK provided $50,000 as an initial retainer for the engagement, for which we're grateful, and the total cost to Kroll was $1.2 million, which was paid from the Civil Recovery Fund held by the Financial Investigations Division. In addition, Madam Speaker, to the payment to Kroll, and Kroll was essential to get to the point that we have something before the DPP, Madam Speaker. In addition to that, FID transferred $100 million from its Civil Recovery Fund to the Consolidated Fund as budgetary support, including support for national security. Madam Speaker, during the past year, we have made significant progress with the International Finance Corporation in the development of a public-private partnership for the expansion of the North Coast Road that we had spoken about in previous years. In 22-23 fiscal year, we signed a financial advisory services agreement with IFC, and the required due diligence studies have been carried out. And the project has been advanced to the stage that we expect to issue a request for qualification and information this year, with the selection and announcement of pre-qualified bidders next year. If all goes well, Madam Speaker, we could have final bidder selection by the end of 2025. Madam Speaker, this is a property that will involve an investment of approximately $650 million or $100 billion at the current exchange rate. It is likely to be the largest single government capex in Jamaica, but it will soon be surpassed by others. Madam Speaker, the macro stability that Jamaica enjoys makes it feasible to place a project of this scale in the marketplace with the confidence that we'll attract multiple credible investors with a track record and capacity to execute. Madam Speaker, a visible way of using Jamaica's hard-earned economic stability in the people's interest is by improving public services that all citizens have to use, such as tax offices. I spoke about this last year, and I just plan to give an update this year, Madam Speaker. It is because of economic stability that we plan over a number of years, Madam Speaker, similar to the program over hospitals, the program over highways, Madam Speaker, we have a program of tax offices. By 2027, Tax Administration Jamaica is expected to have invested more than $11 billion in capital projects to modernize and upgrade existing tax offices and construct new tax offices across the length and breadth of Jamaica. I'll just go quickly through them. Christiana Tax Office, Madam Speaker, 52% completed. Project cost $760 million overall. The Mandeville Revenue Center, TAJ has leased the property. The initial procurement failed. We're going back again and hoping construction will start in the upcoming fiscal year. Total project cost of $953 million. The Montego Bay Revenue Center, extensive modernization upgrade, $2.4 billion to upgrade the Montego Bay Revenue Center. Brownstown Tax Office, Madam Speaker, there will be a brand new tax office for the people of Brownstown. The property has been purchased. NWA and other professionals have been engaged, and it's moving to the next stage of design and approvals, $930 million. Santa Cruz will also have a brand new tax office, Madam Speaker. The land for the Santa Cruz tax office has been purchased. Initial estimates is that this project will take $920 million. This is a multi-year project, Madam Speaker. By 2027, could be 2028, we expect all of this to be done. The Anata Bay tax office is undergoing a renovation, Madam Speaker, and refurbishing. In Portmore, Madam Speaker, in Portmore, the Tax Administration Jamaica is building a brand new tax office for the people of Portmore. The land was acquired long ago. But my understanding is, Madam Speaker, for several years, TAJ has entertained discussions with the Portmore municipality about a land swap. It fell through in 2023. The TAJ will go ahead with the land that is acquired, and the Portmore tax office will be built at a cost of $1.9 billion, Madam Speaker. A network of new tax offices across this country built at $11 billion will signal, Madam Speaker, that we are leveraging stability to the people's interests. Madam Speaker, last year I showed you a picture, and this year I want to show you the Crossroads Tax Office and Business Center. The Crossroads Tax Office is outer space. The lines extend outside the building, onto the sidewalk, and bend around the building. This is not acceptable, Madam Speaker. The tax office is one of the busiest. Madam Speaker, TAJ has acquired property in Crossroads, part of the Natal lands, Natal, where TAJ will construct, and that's where I was born, an 8-story full-service tax office and business center with underground and surface parking large enough, spacious enough to accommodate the tax-paying public who use Crossroads. Madam Speaker, this will be done at a cost of $2.3 billion. This is a government, Madam Speaker, that's building out the public investment infrastructure of the country. I just want to pass this around for you to see it. 8-story, Madam Speaker, tax office in Crossroads. Madam Speaker, right? That we're going to do. Now, even as we're doing this, Madam Speaker, when you look at the picture, you have to say, where in the world am I? This is where in the future you will go to pay your taxes in Crossroads, Madam Speaker. Okay? And this is what we're doing across Jamaica. Now, Madam Speaker, even as we do this, we're working to improve the TAJ portal. On a scale of 1 to 10, user friendliness is probably 7 or less. It's true. True. Madam Speaker, we've heard the complaints from customers, and we intend to ensure in the near future taxpayers have a better experience. With the support of Minister Dana Dixon-Morris, under whose guidance eGov Jamaica falls, ultimately under the Prime Minister, we'll continue to engage with eGov Jamaica, Madam Speaker, to redesign TAJ's portal to facilitate ease of access to different tax types, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Marcus Garvey Scholarship continues something we're very proud of, easily the largest scholarship program in Jamaica. Public sector workers are going to study at University of the West Indies, University of Technology, Oxford University, Harvard University, Johns Hopkins University, paid by the public purse to come back and work and serve their country. Madam Speaker, the FinSAC Commission was established on the 12th of January 2009 by proclamation from the Governor General. It had 3 commissioners. Yes. And the commission was tasked to, and I don't have to repeat all the terms of reference, I've written it into the speech so you can consult it as needed. But they're to examine the circumstances that led to the collapse of several financial institutions, to consider what actions could have been taken, to review the probity and propriety of FinSAC's management, to review the practices of Jamaica redevelopment, and so on. Between 2009 and 2012, the expenditure on the commission was approximately $107 million. Things got going in 2009, there were starts and stops, but hearings were held, data was collected, and evidence was gathered. In 2012, the then Minister of Finance, Honorable Peter Phillips, stated that no further funds would be allocated to the commission as the hearings had ended and the commission had not furnished its report. There were no allocations in 2012-13 and only $4 million in 2013-14. So between 2012-13 and 2015-16, only $7 million was allocated and $3 million went for rent to the PIOJ. The FinSAC Commission therefore grew to a halt, even though all the data and evidence and submissions had already been collected. In June 2016, Cabinet approved the re-establishment of the FinSAC Commission. The approved budget at that time was $35.7 million. And the expectation, I remember Minister Shaw went to the public, and the expectation he was led to believe from the commissioners that the report would be available in 6 months. However, by December 2016, the Commission had submitted a revised budget and no report, a revised budget of $57 million. Cabinet approved a revised budget of $46 million and further upward revised it to $58 million. By the time I became Minister of Finance in 2018, there's still no FinSAC Commission report, and given the multiple upward revisions, Cabinet had lost confidence in the ability of the Commission to actually produce a report from the data. Between 2009 and 2017, approximately $150 million was allocated to the Commission. But since 2018, there's been no further allocation of resources to the FinSAC Commission. In 2019, given the absence of further funding, the remaining commissioners resigned and turned over the drafts of chapters of a report in electronic form, along with thousands of pages of transcripts of evidence and submissions placed before the Commission, also in electronic form. And in 2020, our focus shifted to COVID. Madam Speaker, the FinSAC period was a defining period of Jamaica's economic life. This is a financial sector crisis, the scale of which the world has rarely seen. It cost 40% of GDP. By comparison, the global financial crisis of 2009, in which global banks cost 9% of GDP in the US. Our financial sector crisis was 5 times worse in terms of impact than the worst global crisis in 100 years. Tens of thousands of businesses failed, hundreds of thousands of individual lives were affected. Thousands lost their homes, their livelihood, and some even lost their lives. The FinSAC crisis plunged Jamaica into deeper macro instability and resulted in a rapid buildup of the debt ratio that has taken us 30 years to resolve and reduce. It had an effect of obliterating opportunity for decades as interest costs consume national resources. Madam Speaker, the material gathered by the Commission consists of contributions from then government officials, economists, academics, former leaders of failed financial institutions, customers of those institutions, people FinSAC'd, people running FinSAC, including those who found themselves, as I said, with ballooning debts, among other stakeholders. Their perspectives on a defining period of the Jamaican story need to be made available to the public. We owe it to the victims of that era, to ourselves, and to future generations to do our best to record for posterity the evidence gathered from the Commission, to make it publicly available, and to have it inspire the production of research reports and cultural creative output. The cost can't be a constantly escalating one. Madam Speaker, next year, 2025, it will be 30 years since the establishment of Fiscal Institution Services, the precursor to FinSAC, which is set up to implement the scheme of arrangement pursuant to the temporary management of the failed Blaze and Century entities. The data and evidence submitted by the Commission to the Commission is public information and ought to be available to the public. It is a treasure trove of information from various perspectives that will add to public understanding of that period of Jamaican life. Madam Speaker, considering all of the above, the government will take the necessary procedural steps, which we undoubtedly, there will be some procedural steps, to achieve the following. One, we will publish, Madam Speaker, as soon as practically possible, on a specially curated website, the FinSAC Commission archives, consisting of all of the evidence provided and the submissions made to the Commission. It was a public commission. The submissions were made in public. Yeah? All of this archive data will be put out in volumes, in chapters, in folders, and made available to the public, Madam Speaker, in perpetuity.
Never again.
On publication of the FinSAC Commission archives, the Ministry of Finance will issue a special call for scholarly research into the Commission archives for the purpose of producing scholarly articles and books. And we'll think very carefully about... No, the Commission doesn't exist anymore. The draft will be as part of the documents. Yeah. Everything that they handed over will be uploaded, as is. Yeah? But what we want to make sure the lessons, whatever they are learned. So we want to say, look, open to researchers here and abroad. Here's a grant for $1 million, for $500,000, etc., to produce a report. Madam Speaker, in collaboration with the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport and the Screen Development Initiative, we'll also issue a special call to the creative community for proposals for documentaries on the financial sector collapse. Madam Speaker, some people will be able to sift through the reams of data on the website. Some people will be able to read the scholarly material that's put out. But for some people, you have to put it in an audio-visual format for them to get it. Madam Speaker, societies that achieve, they document their history. The good book tells us about the society 5,000 years ago who saw themselves as a chosen people, and they wrote down every aspect of their history. Madam Speaker, societies who thrive document their history. We, Madam Speaker, are going to document through documentaries what happened using the archive, Madam Speaker, and working with the ministry as well, issue a call for a theatrical production, Madam Speaker, in whatever format, on the FinSAC Commission archive. Madam Speaker, we're going to turn that lemon of FinSAC, Madam Speaker, into lemonade of lessons that can serve the people of Jamaica going forward. We'll provide more details once we accomplish the first task, which is the publication of the FinSAC Commission archives on a curated public website, Madam Speaker. Now, Madam Speaker, under this government, from 2018, there's been no funds spent on that report. Madam Speaker, I now turn my attention to the revenue measures. Madam Speaker, the armored cash courier industry plays an integral role in the financial services industry in Jamaica. Business owners and operators, financial institutions, and multi-branch banks rely heavily on the armored car companies which oversee cash logistics, cash movement. The well-publicized gun attacks and ambush and robbery attempts directed at ABMs, Madam Speaker, have negatively affected the industry and exposed weaknesses. In addition, these attacks have significantly impacted the mental health of the security officers, employees in the industry, and citizens at large. Given the gravity of the situation, increased fear, and the negative spillover effects to the society, the government is proposing to increase support for the armored cash courier industry, not any one company, and to enhance the security of courier operations. Madam Speaker, effective the first quarter of the upcoming fiscal year, and for 24 months thereafter, any company that operates an approved cash courier business will be able to import free of general consumption tax on the added cost of armoring the vehicle. So you buy the car for $100, you have to pay full duty and GCT on the car. But sometimes to armor that car takes another $100 or $80 as the case may be. And then to say you have to pay all of those on the armor as well acts as a disincentive for the retooling that is necessary to provide the security that we need for the logistics of cash movements. So, Madam Speaker, what we plan to do is on the cost of the armor, we will provide that relief. And the estimated revenue losses associated with that, Madam Speaker, is in the region of $50 million. This government is committed to ensuring that we're providing greater safety and security for our citizens who play a key role in the movement of cash. Madam Speaker, we have some tidying up to do with the International Corporate and Trust Providers Act of 2017, which was amended in 2021, as we pursue Jamaica's AML obligations. And that amendment was in keeping with our international obligations so that Jamaica would be compliant. Madam Speaker, one of the amendments had that the trust and corporate service providers are now ought to be regulated by the Financial Services Commission. And an unintended consequence of that was that their corporate income tax rate went up from 25% to 33.33%, because under the Income Tax Act, when we went to having banks and insurance companies and financial services entities pay more, not instituted by this government, but by a previous government, the mechanism by which we captured those was to say that any entity regulated by the FSC is taxed at 33.33%. This was not the policy intent, Madam Speaker. So we intend to amend the Income Tax Act to clarify that trust and corporate services providers continue to be assessed corporate income tax at the rate of 25%. And, Madam Speaker, this measure is to take effect in the year of assessment 2023 and is expected to be revenue neutral as we collected no tax in the first place. Madam Speaker, this Honourable House is asked to note that the maximum participating voting share equity for companies listed on the Junior Stock Exchange is currently capped at $500 million. And that cap has been in place since 2016 when it was reinstituted by this government. The imposition of this limit was consistent with the sizes of medium-sized enterprises at the time. Madam Speaker, in an effort to facilitate growth of the MSME sector, and just in keeping with the cumulative movement in the consumer price index over the 8 years between 2016 and today, we will be amending the Income Tax Act to increase the maximum participating voting share capital of companies listed on the Junior Stock Exchange from $500 million to $750 million. Yes, I think it's for new listing, yes. Madam Speaker, the industry has lobbied for this over quite a number of years, and we have listened and listened and listened. And, Madam Speaker, today we are signaling support, Madam Speaker, and moving that threshold from $500 million to $750 million. Madam Speaker, the energy system is highly dependent on imported fossil fuels, primarily oil. Fossil fuels have been the primary source of energy for most of human history, powering industrialization, transportation, and electricity generation. However, their use has significant environmental drawbacks. The finite nature, Madam Speaker, of fossil fuel reserves and the environmental concerns associated with their use have led to a growing emphasis on cleaner and more sustainable sources, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the use of fiscal measures to incentivize the energy sector is consistent with a global thrust to reduce dependence on fossil fuels using renewable energy. This continues to be the main objective of the legally binding Paris Agreement. And Jamaica, Madam Speaker, has set a target of 50% renewables in its power generation mix by 2030. Independent power producers, known as IPPs, are private entities that own and operate facilities to generate electricity for sale to the national grid. IPPs invest in generation technologies and recover their costs from the sale of electricity. IPPs play an integral role in ensuring a sustainable energy sector in areas such as solar, wind, and energy. Madam Speaker, to facilitate further investments in renewable energy, the Income Tax Act will be amended to exclude IPPs producing energy from renewable sources from the definition of regulated company for the purpose of Section 30 of the Income Tax Act. These amendments will reduce the corporate income tax rate for IPPs from 33 1/3% to 25%, Madam Speaker, and it will be limited to IPPs who produce 75% or more of renewable energy from wind, solar, and who are regulated by the offices of Utilities Regulation, Madam Speaker. They will not benefit from the employment tax credit. The objection of the reduction in the corporate income tax rate is to promote growth of the renewable energy sector, to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and to ensure energy independence. That's an economic matter. It's intended to give investors more confidence in the sector, to provide more capital. And as the government goes out and seeks 100 megawatts of new investment in renewables, this is, Madam Speaker, a fillip, Madam Speaker, to say, look, come in at even lower rates, because the tax is a part of the cost that they bid. Now, Madam Speaker, this is going to have an estimated revenue impact loss of approximately $31 million based on assessment by the Tax Policy Unit, and it will be effective in year of assessment 2023. Now, I just want to say JPS is not an IPP and not an entity that has majority renewables. We want, Madam Speaker, open to discussions at some point in the future of looking at reducing the corporate income tax rate on JPS once we can get the assurance that that in turn will lead to a reduction in the tariff rate to the consumer. You show us that, Madam Speaker, and we'll take a good, hard, serious look at the corporate tax rate for JPS. Madam Speaker, there's been significant public sentiment concerning the custom de minimis value and passenger duty-free allowances. This increased discourse has been fueled by changes in the global macroeconomic environment and increase in e-commerce activities. E-commerce sales are 5.2 trillion around the world, and increased growth is attributable to the convenience, accessibility, and vast product selection offered by e-commerce facilities. And mobile devices, improved internet infrastructure, and secure payment systems have further fueled the expansion of e-commerce, adding to the increased usage. Increasing the de minimis value on imported goods will facilitate access to a wider variety of goods to local consumers and will facilitate more activity in the local economy by way of intermediaries and shipping companies eager to capitalize and increase activities. Madam Speaker, the shipping and logistics subsector, which has benefited from the growth of e-commerce, providing direct and indirect benefits to the economy, an increase to the de minimis value of imported goods could potentially result in further growth of that subsector, resulting in productivity, labor, and revenue gains. Madam Speaker, the de minimis value represents a minimum value and or a minimum amount for which no duties and taxes will be collected because it would not be considered economically feasible or productive efficient to collect those items, taxes on those items below this threshold. The House and the public, Madam Speaker, should be aware that items valued at less than $100 currently account for less than 0.5% of the overall share of fees and charges collected by the Jamaica Customs Agency on imports, but accounts for almost 20% of total declarations processed for imports. So, all the declarations for a year, 20% of them are below $100, but they only generate 0.5% of revenue. It takes resources, Madam Speaker, to focus on that. Only delivering 0.5, where what we should focus on is a 99.5%, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, for items less than $100, there's a huge disparity between the large volume shipments processed and the relatively small amount of revenue collected on those shipments. Increasing the de minimis value for imported cargo should increase administrative efficiency and productivity, allowing for redirection of resources on higher value items. Effective April 2024, Madam Speaker, I was waiting on the new Customs Act to be passed to do it as a part of that, Madam Speaker, but we're waiting on it to produce. Can't wait anymore. The people can't wait anymore. So effective April, Madam Speaker, the de minimis value for imported goods will be increased from $50 to $100. This is expected to cost $864 million. Madam Speaker, for every category of revenues, you always have to balance revenue yield with administrative burden of realizing that yield. We also took at the consequential impact of making significant changes. With increasing passenger inflows into our country, our airports sometimes get congested. They get crowded, especially in the high season. It can take time to make one's way through the lines, including the line to clear customs, if there are no goods to declare. This is not the fault of the customs officers who are just doing their jobs. The rules are set by the laws passed in this House. Madam Speaker, we aim to improve productivity and efficiency. So we took a look at the length of these lines and the revenue yield. Madam Speaker, if the passenger duty threshold for personal and household effects was moved from $500 to $1,000, we would lose $331 million, or 0.05% of the overall customs revenue, which is mostly collected at seaports anyway. And with this higher threshold, passengers traveling with dutiable items with a value not exceeding $1,000 would be able to enjoy expedited processing, significantly improving passenger flow through our international airports and providing immeasurable value to the Jamaican experience. So, Madam Speaker, effective April 2024, the duty-free threshold for personal and household effects will be increased from $500 to $1,000. Madam Speaker, fiscal policies, revenue and expenditure measures. These are measures that we're using to benefit the Jamaican people, to allow a better experience, and to also lead to administrative ease. Madam Speaker, the current standard rate of general consumption tax, or GCT, charged on imported raw foodstuff. Madam Speaker, sorry, there is a standard rate of GCT on imported raw foods, like vegetables. But there's no GCT charge on domestic raw foods. The intention of the policy at the time was to bolster domestic production and act as a safeguard for domestic industries and markets. There's duty, however, on imported raw foods. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, this policy could be interpreted as government-sponsored protectionism and distorting competition between markets. While the government remains committed to supporting domestic agricultural production, Jamaica is also obligated to the conditions set out by virtue of our membership in the WTO, and based on the national treatment principles set out in the General Agreement on Trade and Tariff, GATT, Jamaica is categorically, and I say categorically, not permitted to implement policies or measures that are designed to protect domestic products. We have ASD, we can use those mechanisms, but using domestic taxation like GCT is not allowed. And Jamaica, Madam Speaker, will be blacklisted if that duality remains. And so we have a choice. Either we do it on local or we take it off of foreign. Madam Speaker, in keeping with Jamaica's trade obligations, the GCT and all raw foodstuff, Madam Speaker, imported, Madam Speaker, or domestic will be removed. This is a measure, Madam Speaker, that will be revenue negative and will result in foregoing $2.4 billion of revenue. And the measure will take place in the first quarter of 2024-25. Although, Madam Speaker, this is a measure that emerges from trade-related matters, it will mean the opportunity to provide more affordable imported raw foodstuff to Jamaican consumers, to increase the chance of these, Madam Speaker. So it's opportune that at this time, what this allows is for cheaper vegetables, Madam Speaker, to be available, Madam Speaker, to the Jamaican customers. Right? Now, Madam Speaker, we still have duties on imported foodstuff, on raw foodstuff. Yeah, duties still exist. Okay? But we don't have a choice. We're not going to wait until the blacklisting from the WTO is final to do something about it. And we can provide you with the evidence to support what we're saying. So, Madam Speaker, to make sure that the benefit of these vegetables reduction coming in go to the customer, Madam Speaker, I've had opportunity to have a conversation with the Minister of Agriculture, where I've suggested to him that in light of this change, it would be good, Madam Speaker, and I'm just throwing it out there, that the number, if you used to have, pick a number, 10 import license for this kind of product, that you move to have 12 or 15, just to make sure that competition keeps the market honest so that the gain passes through to consumers. Madam Speaker, there have been calls for an increase in the threshold for personal income tax. These calls have been made on the basis that the threshold was last adjusted in the 2017-18 year, 7 fiscal years ago. It is and has always been the policy of this administration to abolish distortionary taxes, and we've done plenty of that, and to make a decided break from our past of imposing new tax increase upon new tax increase every year. Madam Speaker, it's just because it's our personal experience. I was 18 years old coming out in 1989, very aware, very, very aware that for the 26 years between 1989 and 2015, there was a new tax package every single year for all of those years except for 4. And you notice I choose a period crossing administration. For those 26 years, every single year except for 4. Madam Speaker, we have broken that cycle. Madam Speaker, I'm not finished my speech yet. But so far, we have had 6 consecutive years of no new taxes. Do I hear 7? Anyone? Do I hear 7? Well, I'm not done yet. Madam Speaker, in addition, Manayard Audley Shaw dramatically increased the tax threshold in 2016-17 and 2017-18. He phased it in. and he presided over a transition from direct to indirect, Madam Speaker. Was revenue neutral, Madam Speaker. There were no net new taxes. So this would be the 9th year of no net new taxes. Madam Speaker, raising the income tax threshold is the policy of this government. Very easy. Oh, I don't want. Now, we did it, Madam Speaker, sustainably before, and we'll do it in a way that is sustainable again. Now, Madam Speaker, we've run the numbers, and I wanted to share, because we're having this conversation without the cost and the numbers. It don't make sense to have a conversation without cost. Yeah? When you hear me talk about the threshold, I talk with cost. Right? Madam Speaker, increasing the threshold, this is just a data provision section. Please, I'm just providing data. Increasing the threshold from 1.5 million to 2.1 million would cost approximately $23.6 billion. Improving the threshold, Madam Speaker, for 1.5 billion to 1.5 million to 2.5 million would cost approximately $34.6 billion. Increasing the income tax threshold from 1.5 million to 3 million, Madam Speaker, would cost over $45 billion. Now, Madam Speaker, these are huge, huge numbers. It stands to reason that, we've never had any measure, any single measure, Madam Speaker, that results in a net reduction, meaning that you give up taxes of that magnitude. When we increased the tax threshold from 592,800 to 1.5 million, as I mentioned earlier, it was done in a revenue neutral way. And, Madam Speaker, though what is often forgotten is that social spending was materially increased, as documented in IMF reports at the time, which anybody who cares to look can see that nearly 0.8%, nearly 1% of GDP at the time in social. Go back and look at it. I don't want to quote it and get it wrong. But it was a material increase in social spending. Madam Speaker, my style is total transparent and tell you the facts as they are. The Financial Administration, Audit and Administration Act requires that Jamaica pursue a fiscal balance, meaning the difference between revenues and expenditure each year that is derived from a formula written into the law, which produces a result for that year consistent with the debt target that's set in the law. When there is a negative deviation from that fiscal balance target, that same law, the Financial Administration Audit Act, requires a correction in that subsequent year. During COVID, Madam Speaker, the deviation was so large when we escaped the rules that we had to amend the law to say, look, we can't do a correction in 1 year. We have to do it over 3 years. Yeah, have to phase it in. No, the thing about it is that when the rules are set for that, that correction is set at that time. And you have to complete those 3 fiscal years and then recalculate. Right? That is in the law of Jamaica. I happened to be in the Senate when it was first passed, and I remember our discussion at the time. Well, you said to me, good thing that you understand the formula. I don't know if you remember that. It's in Hansard. Yeah, well, you said it. You said to me, good thing that you understand it, because it's the only law in Jamaica where there's a formula in the back. And in my contribution at Senate debate in 2014, I stood up and I explained the derivation of the formula. Yes. Yeah. So, and that's also true. Madam Speaker, the amended law allowed for deviations beyond a particular threshold, as I said, to take place more gently over 3 years. That was the amendment. So we are in the 3rd year of that correction period. And the FAA Act requires, meaning this upcoming fiscal year, 24-25, is the 3rd year. And it requires that our expenditures, our revenues do not exceed our expenditures, which means that we don't borrow to pay interest. So, Madam Speaker, given the estimates of expenditure tabled in Parliament and the details announced so far today, which our projected revenues just about meet, it's not feasible to accommodate a net expenditure of these magnitudes this year and still stick within the ambit of our laws. Madam Speaker, even if we could increase income tax threshold by these amounts without any accompanying measure, with a net cost to the public purse of between 23 billion and 45 billion, we'd have to think carefully about the distribution of who benefits. Because, Madam Speaker, it's important to recall that income tax threshold of 1.5 million is equivalent to 28,800 a week. Madam Speaker, Jamaica's per capita GDP at 7,000 US is approximately 1.1 million at prevailing exchange rate. So it shouldn't be a surprise that 70% of persons who are contributing to the system, either through statutories or otherwise, or approximately 450,000 Jamaicans on the tax database, have incomes below the income tax threshold, and as a result do not pay any personal income tax. So spending $20 billion to $45 billion on a net basis to raise the threshold as per above would not benefit a single one of these Jamaicans on the lower end of the spectrum. 70% of persons, it would not benefit. Now, Madam Speaker, before we increase income tax threshold in a manner that affects those who relative to the people who earn less than 1.5 million, they're slightly better. With me, please. Madam Speaker, we're living at a time where Jamaica's macro fundamentals are the best they've been in 50 years. And we want to improve these even more over time. We pursue these objectives in the people's interest, and we want to make sure that they benefit from this profound improvement in Jamaica's circumstances. Madam Speaker, as a Member of Parliament, I'm acutely aware of the fact that many hardworking Jamaicans who retired over the past few decades and have been on pension since then have had their pensions eroded by the chronic macroeconomic instability over most, if not all, of that period. They look on now and they see that we are turning the corner and conditions of pay and service in the public service are much better than in their time. Madam Speaker, the instability of that period wasn't that individual's fault, but they surely have paid a high cost for it. This had led to, for example, various persons across society advocating for the linking of pensions of certain high offices to the salary of the current office holder. And I'm not just thinking about the judiciary. I've gotten letters from on behalf of other high office holders who are making the same recommendation. And what people are trying to do is to insulate themselves, in part. But, Madam Speaker, I've opined that it would be completely unsustainable to do that. And it would be an unwise course of action. We couldn't afford it at its logical conclusion. The real solution, Madam Speaker, is to ensure that Jamaica's fiscal policy framework is sustainable and the central bank is independent and charged to pursue low and stable inflation. This framework preserves purchasing power, Madam Speaker, and if we do this, those who are retiring now and those who will retire in the future will have a much better experience than those who retired before. However, Madam Speaker, we cannot be immune to the circumstances of these pensioners as they look around and see the skyscrapers going up, which didn't happen during their time, and other signs of economic buoyancy. It is important that they know that they're not left behind. Madam Speaker, this House is asked to note that the following exemptions apply to those in receipt of a pension. Individuals under 55 years of age receiving a pension from an approved statutory pension scheme or an approved superannuation scheme are entitled to a tax exemption of $80,000 restricted to the pension income only. If the pensioner is 55 years and over, the $80,000 tax exemption can also be applied to the other sources of income. This is known as a pension exemption. Madam Speaker, this threshold was last adjusted in 2009. So as we go talking about the rest of the society, it was 2016-17. You have these people, their exemption was last done in 2009. There are people who, on fixed incomes, retired during periods of instability, are having it hard because their pensions were based on small salaries and are low. And we have a threshold that's been placed from 2009. We must adjust this first. Equity demands that. Madam Speaker, individuals 65 years and older who are in receipt of a pension are entitled to age relief pension exemption of $80,000, the second one. You have the 1 over 55 and you have the 1 over 65. This one was, it's a pension exemption enabling persons 65 years and over. Therefore, the total, you get 160,000 of exemption. But this over 65 was introduced in 2009. Do the math. 2024 minus 2009, 15 years ago, and it has not changed since. Equity demands that we change this first. Now, Madam Speaker, the government remains committed to ensuring the adequacy of our social protection system, and we recognize significant financial challenges faced by individuals who went before us. We honor you, we respect you, we love you, and we are here for you. As such, Madam Speaker, in an effort to provide further protection for this vulnerable group, it is proposed that the annual pension exemption and the age relief exemption be both increased from $80,000 to $250,000.
Politics that they might not about people and equity and fairness. They don't know to run a country, and if they wash it up, because all them people is politics. All them think about is politics. They don't remember. We want them over there. Not a clue. Not a clue. Not a clue.
Madam Speaker, while some people talk about it, we are thinking about it, we are working on it, Madam Speaker, and now we are implementing it. Madam Speaker, this is a topic that the Prime Minister and I discuss all the time, Madam Speaker. And when we talk about it with numbers and facts and figures. We're not in the surface conversation. We're not in the surface talk, Madam Speaker. We talk about it in detail, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, the pensioner right, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the pensioner aged 65 years and over will now enjoy a total income tax threshold of the as of now, 1.5 million plus the 250,000 plus the 250,000, Madam Speaker, for a total income tax threshold of $2,176, Madam Speaker. And age 55 and over will be 1,750,000. The estimated revenue loss associated with this increase in the pension exemption is $1 billion, Madam Speaker, and the measures to take effect in the first quarter of fiscal year 24-25. Madam Speaker, we are leveraging macro stability to the people's benefit, Madam Speaker. Now hear me carefully, because we think this stuff's true. We have $1 billion built into the budget to increase public pensions, public sector pensions. Right? What we're going to do this year is, because the people above the threshold are getting the exemption increase, let's just say that, right? What we're going to do is direct the $1 billion that we have in the increase to pensioners, to the pensioners who are earning less than $1.5 million. Obviously, with the approval and consent of the Association of Government Pensioners with whom we work. All right, so the ones above will get the threshold expansion.
Minister, speak into the mic.
The ones above will get the threshold expansion. The ones below, Madam Speaker, the increase that's built in the year will be directed totally to them. Madam Speaker, this government understands that the Jamaican people have experienced and continue to experience significant difficulties over recent years. The COVID pandemic, the increase in the cost of living and inflation. We understand. We know we cannot leave anyone behind. We understand that many of you are suffering and feel pain. We see and recognize, Madam Speaker, that Jamaica has inequality. We realize that sending your children to school has become more expensive. We know that paying for meals and other basic expenses has become harder. This government has managed these crises carefully and responsibly without sacrificing stability. Very few nations in this world can make that claim. We did so, Madam Speaker, before the pandemic. We did so during the pandemic, and we're doing so after the pandemic. And we'll do it again. Madam Speaker, we have thought long and hard about finding ways, Madam Speaker, to help the large swaths of Jamaicans, and to do so in a careful, sustainable, and responsible manner. Not just running with it, but doing so in a manner that's prudent and sustainable. So, Madam Speaker, there are approximately 450,000 Jamaicans who fall below the $1.5 million threshold, and even some at higher thresholds, for example, $3 million, who have been adversely affected by this unusual period. So, Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to announce the implementation of a reverse tax credit for all Jamaicans, Madam Speaker, who contribute to the system, contribute statutories and otherwise, Madam Speaker, and earn under $3 million and under. The reverse tax credit, Madam Speaker, means that every registered taxpayer, Madam Speaker, who in the completed fiscal year did their part of contributing to society, whether through PAYE or being self-employed, Madam Speaker, and who earn under that threshold, Madam Speaker, this government Madam Speaker, will provide for them a reverse tax credit, Madam Speaker, a tax credit, cash credit of $20,000. Madam Speaker, we have a total of 570,000 Jamaicans today who contribute to the Jamaican society through statutory deductions and some through personal income tax who will benefit from this measure. Madam Speaker, the cost of this program is $11.4 billion, and we consider this money very well spent. Reverse tax credits, Madam Speaker, are not new. They exist in other countries. It never existed before in Jamaica, but we are going to put it in place. Now, Madam Speaker, there's going to be an established system for the processing and payment of the reverse tax credit to be managed by the Tax Administration Jamaica. This will take some time to set up before it's ready, because we want to set it up in a way that is durable so that the mechanism can be potentially available again in the future. Madam Speaker, make no mistake about it. We are leveraging our macroeconomic stability to the people's benefit. So, if you are working in the restaurant, serving customers morning, noon, and night, you're working on the floor of the ice cream shop, you're a janitor in the office building, you are a worker in the hotel, in the bartending, or you're taking out, you're tending to the lawns, or you're in the entertainment section. If you are, Madam Speaker, working as a customer service rep in a retail operation or a wholesale operation, if you're working at the BPO, Madam Speaker, if you occupy, if I'm talking to you, any one of the 570,000 persons, what we are saying to you is that the government, Madam Speaker, may not be able to solve everything overnight, but we are listening to you, we are hearing you, we are responding to you, and we are prepared to use creative means that are used in other countries in the world to attend to your circumstances. Madam Speaker, now that we have addressed more relatively vulnerable groups on the tax database, as is our godly duty, it is our godly duty to be our brother's keepers. Before we say first, Madam Speaker, let's look for the less vulnerable first, let's treat with them first, and then we can move. So, Madam Speaker, we have done that over 65s. We have done that with the over 55s. We have done that with the people below 1.5, Madam Speaker. Now let's talk for a little thing. A little thing. I share some of the facts and figures, Madam Speaker, related to the cost of increasing the general income tax threshold. We're not able to deliver the large increase in the threshold in one go for the reasons mentioned earlier. But, Madam Speaker, that doesn't mean that we can't do it little by little. Little by little. Like little by little. Because it's an expensive thing. Right? And it's not little either. So, what do you say about that? Right? Step by step. What do you say about that? Right? Step by step. Step by step, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, in the context of everything else that we have announced, Madam Speaker, I'm announcing that effective April 2024, the income tax threshold on personal income tax will move from $1.5 million to $1.7 million, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this will cost approximately $9 billion. So, Madam Speaker, when I started this presentation, this was we had 6 consecutive years of no new taxes. I'm now reaching the end. And I'm proud to say, Madam Speaker, that this is the 7th consecutive year in which the government has introduced no new taxes. Madam Speaker, this has not been easy, but it's been the right thing to do. The Prime Minister, I was 18 in 1989, he was 17. And it's imprinted, Madam Speaker, in our experience. Jamaica should never go through that again. Never.
That is why go back to that again. Never. That is why I'm serving, to make sure that we never, and we know who are the people who can do it, and we know who are the people who have done it, and we know who are the people who could destroy it, and therefore we must never allow that. Never.
So, Madam Speaker, this is the 7th consecutive year of no new taxes. Now, I want you, Madam Speaker, this is not easy, you know. Nor is it automatic. I don't want to give anybody the impression that this is easy. This takes a deliberate commitment to a principle from the top of government throughout the cabinet. It's a principle that we're committed to because we are cognizant of Jamaica's economic history and the burden that Jamaicans have borne. And so we have articulated policy with the objective of achieving that end. Now, the revenue measures I announced here today is not easy either. Those revenue measures don't just come like that. Those revenue measures come from innovation. Madam Speaker, we are ahead on our debt trajectory. And as a result, Madam Speaker, we are executing a securitization this year of receivables. If we were behind in our debt trajectory, then I would have used those to pay down our debt. But we are comfortably ahead on our debt trajectory. And that is why that is a good thing. Because it allows you to turn around and do things like this. So anybody who have any doubt, pursuing stability, pursuing responsible, sustainable fiscal policy, delivers the possibility to do more on behalf of the people. So because we are ahead on our debt trajectory, Madam Speaker, we are executing a securitization of receivables this year, a transaction that will involve discounting receivables over future periods, and that will generate a flow of $45 billion. That's a transaction that we have originated. Jamaica has, to the best of my knowledge, never, even though securitizations are a dime a dozen in the private sector, the government of Jamaica has never done a securitization transaction. They've sold receivables, but they've not done we wouldn't call it secure. What we have done in the past is to sell. Let us not go into that. We, Madam Speaker, we have not done a transaction like the one that we're talking about. Okay? Yeah, that's the point I'm making. So this is not something where somebody put down and say, that is there. That is something that we have to go look for and find, Madam Speaker. It takes innovation. It takes sweat, Madam Speaker. It takes effort. This is not automatic. And, Madam Speaker, this flow of $45 billion, the only way we could get the capex to $80 billion this year was $20 billion of that flow is already in for the capital expenditure budget. And remember, capex is sort of one-off. And $25 billion, Madam Speaker, is indicated in the revenue measures ministry paper that's being tabled today. We don't just talk, Madam Speaker. We work and we find innovative ways Madam Speaker, to get things done and keep Jamaica on stable financial ground. So, Madam Speaker, permit me to make a few concluding remarks. I am pleased to report that Jamaica's macroeconomic fundamentals today are stronger, better, and more favorable than at any time over the last 50 years. The government understands that while macroeconomic stability is critical to improving the quality of life and standard of living of our people, it is by no means sufficient. We hear you, we have listened, and we have done what we have always done, Madam Speaker, is to respond and to act. We're committed to ensuring that we protect and preserve our hard-fought stability in the people's interest. We want the people of Jamaica to know, to feel, and participate in the significant macroeconomic advances that we have made in a manner that betters their lives and to benefit, and in a way that they benefit from these advances in a material way. Madam Speaker, Jamaicans, Madam Speaker, we all should be proud that the economy has grown by 10 consecutive quarters. Madam Speaker, unemployment is at the lowest rate in our history. More people than ever are employed, Madam Speaker, and our macro fundamentals, as I said, are stronger than ever before in the last 50 years. The government is committed to leveraging our macroeconomic successes to help benefit the lives of Jamaican people. We have our public investment process has projections for public investments over the next 5 years of over $1 trillion. It will be the largest period of public investment in Jamaica. We will implement an unemployment insurance scheme in Jamaica to provide added protection to those who have lost their jobs and a bridge until they find new employment. We have increased public sector employee compensation by over $200 billion in 3 years. We are no longer requiring guarantors for student loans, Madam Speaker. We're working, Madam Speaker, we're on secondary roads, $4.3 billion. We are reducing bus fares over the next 2 years from $100 to $50. We're buying 50 garbage trucks, Madam Speaker, and 100 buses in the same year. We're building 4 hospitals at the same time at a cost of $11.5 billion. Madam Speaker, we are investing in the Spark program, $20 billion program this year to construct and to rehabilitate roads. We are building divisional headquarters for the police. We are spending money on improving highways, Madam Speaker. And as far as our revenue measures are concerned, we're using policy to meet the needs of the Jamaican people. We're increasing the threshold on import duty for personal items and household effects, Madam Speaker, and the de minimis threshold from $500 to $1,000 and $50 to $100 respectively. Removing the GCT and imported raw stuff, Madam Speaker. Increasing the tax threshold for our pensioners first, 55 years old and age-old exemption, Madam Speaker. We're introducing a reverse tax credit, Madam Speaker, for all those who earn less than $3 million. And, Madam Speaker, we're increasing the income threshold from $1.5 million to $1.7 million, Madam Speaker, step by step. And we're doing all of this, Madam Speaker, in the context of not introducing any new taxes for the 7th year in a row. Madam Speaker, we will always and continue to listen to the Jamaican people while we protect, preserve, strengthen stability, and leverage this to the people's benefit. Madam Speaker, it's an honor and privilege to serve the people of Jamaica. I have done so with all my strength and capability, and because I believe that we are a people of destiny with a message for the world. I thank all those who have supported and guided me on this journey, because without you, it would not be possible. And I continue to ask for God's guidance and favor and blessings as we seek together to improve the quality of life for all Jamaicans and make our country a better, safer, and stronger place. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Finance and the Public Service. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I'm sure all members of this honorable House will in fact agree that this was a truly masterful presentation by our Minister of Finance. Indeed, Madam Speaker, in my years in this honorable House, and it is perhaps only equal to that of two members who aren't here at the moment, I have never heard a more comprehensive budget presentation in this honorable House. And I must say, Madam Speaker, that this today was the greatest statement of fiscal engineering that I have ever experienced in this House. And so today we can say a fiscal engineer has been born in Nigel Clark. Madam Speaker, I beg to move before I move for the suspension of the debate for the recommittal of the item announcements in order for the ministry paper with the tax measures for this year to be tabled. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thanks, House Leader. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Clerk.
Also laid on the table of the House today are copies of Ministry Paper number 11 of 2024, entitled Revenue Measures for Financial Year 2024-2025.
House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I now beg to move that the debate on the bills be suspended until Thursday, March 14th, 2024, when the opposition spokesman on finance, Mr. Julian Robinson, will make his presentation to the debate.
The question is that the debate be suspended until Thursday, March 14th at 2 p.m. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, it is not intended to do any further business for today. I therefore beg to move that this honorable House be adjourned until Thursday, March 14th at 2 p.m. at the George William Gordon House. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, House Leader. House, the question is that this honorable House do now adjourn until Thursday, March 14th, 2024 at 2 p.m. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. This honorable House now stands adjourned.
$1.3 trillion. That's the figure budgeted for the fiscal year 2024-2025, which begins on April 1. The national budget is everybody's business because it impacts every Jamaican. Join PBCJ via live broadcast and on our online platforms to hear how the government is proposing to use these funds. Finance Minister Dr. Nigel Clark will open the debate on Tuesday, March 12. Shadow Finance Minister Julian Robinson will have his say on Thursday, March 14. Opposition Leader Mark Golding will make his contribution on Tuesday, March 19. Prime Minister Andrew Holness will speak on Thursday, March 21, and on Tuesday, March 26, the Finance Minister will close the budget debate. It's your money, our money, the nation's money. PBCJ, the People's Station, bringing you the 2024-2025 budget debates live.